Yes, it works. Nothing to do. Hello. How's everybody doing? Oh. Hold on, Shadow. It charges. It's charging. I changed stuff a little bit. I have taken a stream deck from Salmon, who doesn't use it at all. Don't know why. He uses another thingy instead. So I got the stream deck. That he doesn't use. And I had to configure it, like to set it up. And so sometimes, I mean, I have lost some of my old reflexes, habits, stuff like that. So yeah. However, this should work now. So I don't remember what it was that I used to mix it up almost automatically. I think it used to, it used to open two things. But now don't need the other one. So yeah, how's everybody? been so cold in my house that when I go outside, I forget it's summer. I think it's worse that you're cool at your house or your apartment or whatever. Then you go out and it's like a blast of heat. Than if it was super cold outside. I think it's worse. What do you think? Hey, what the fuck is going on? What? No, no, no. Oh. Okay. Ah. I need my noise reduction. I've missed my meds for a few days in a row, so I've got a bad headache. What happened? You forgot? Also, you know what's good that now I have the stream deck? Is that I have so much more space for toggles and stuff. Like, if you imagine the stream deck, it's the one with the most buttons, right? Just one line of it was basically what I had, minus a few, like less than 5, I guess, in my older deck. That works okay. I will say that the buttons are less sensitive on the other one. So sometimes I would press a thing, wouldn't work. At least it's kind of like random, but so I have a bunch of rows that I can use for the new model. I mean, new-ish. I don't know how to call that. Reskin? That feels weird. But yeah, so I have a lot more options now. Which is gonna add so much to my workload, but I think it's gonna be useful. Just oversleeping, the meds are all meant to be taken at a specific time. So oversleeping easily makes me miss my meds. Next outfit, but yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so it might be a little TMI, you know? But when I used to be on the pill, it was so annoying. You need to take it by the 30-minute time span that you first used it for. Otherwise, it's for nothing. 30 minutes each day, that window. It was so annoying. And it didn't work for what I needed it for. So, got off that shit very quick. But yeah, having to take stuff at a specific time, it doesn't work with my brain at all. By the way, I ended up going outside yesterday during the heat wave. I'm pretty sure I tanned like 2 shades darker. Game is about 10% louder than you want it. Okay. Maybe here? It's hard because it changes. We'll see if the rest of the game is okay. But it's hard when sometimes it's super loud in the music and other times it's a down low. Welcome back, Sparkly. Do we remember what happened yesterday? Yesterday. You get what I mean. There is an outage today though, so I will be in and out. Oh. Do unplug anything that might catch fire. I say, as I've tested my stove and stuff multiple times to see if it would short circuit everything with my computer plugged in. We started yesterday with Yako, the girl whose friends, quote unquote, committed suicide. We're not sure. My money is on a car accident, like a hit and run. That's what happened to her. Or maybe it's something paranormal and something pushed her from the building. I don't remember what the Ouija board said. But yeah, she has Mio, the little friend, um, that's into the occult, and we got a bad end. And we cannot get to that end unless we do some other stuff. And Shogo is just dead. I think at the beginning, they did tell us, or at least you quote unquote were not supposed to see, he just dies. But he dies by completing um the curse stuff. So I'm wondering if we're supposed to complete it. And because we did Yako, I say we do the man now. The BL pairing. Crime scene investigation. Tetsuo Tsutsumi, Chief Inspector of the Metropolitan Police Department, First Investigative Division, is investigating the mysterious death of a fellow officer. He visits the scene of the incident, the former Yasuda Gardens, with his subordinate Jun Ario. So Tetsuo is a curse bearer. It's 11 p.m. Oh, that's where it caught on fire. Also, don't hesitate to tell me during the game if the sound is too low, though that game is very quiet. Hey boss, forensics is all done. The crime scene is clean. The other officers have all gone home. It's just us now. The park should be able to open back up tomorrow like nothing ever happened. I doubt it will get many visitors after everything that happened. It might be a little low. Right now, there's literally no sound. Like nothing. You'd be surprised. Lots of people love that kind of thing. I bet they'll be lining up to get in. Occult stuff is really popular right now. Did you know that, boss? Sounds stupid. Well, it's not exactly rooted in science, but if ghosts really did exist, we could just ask them who the perp is. Somehow I doubt it'd be that simple. Oh, but I've heard that high school girls are really into spirit board thing these days. Supposedly you can call on spirits and talk to them by using a board with letters on it. Wouldn't that be something? You can try it out yourself if you're so interested. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Let's give it a go sometime, boss. What now? Stop messing around. You really think we're gonna solve this case by moving a coin across a scrap of paper? How do you know so much? He did not explain what a Ouija board was in that much detail. Sounds like you know all about it. We've got to be open minded. What if that's how police work is gonna be from now on? Don't make me laugh. Listen up, Irio. You can't go blaming the death of your buddy on something that like the occult. I don't care if it was ghost or the occult or what. Whoever or whatever it was that did this, I'll get them. I promise you that. Well, you've got the right attitude, but we don't even know if this is a murder yet. Biases weaken our judgment. Get too fixated on one thing and you stop seeing everything else. Aye, aye, boss. So, now that we've finished investigating the scene, let's review what we know. I do have music, right? Sounds is there. Audio? Let's put back this, but yeah, there is literally no music. Now, it's getting late. I figured we'd head straight home from here. Come on, we've got to go over all the info we've gathered. And what better place to do that than here, at the scene of the crime, where we can soak up the atmosphere? Soak up the atmosphere? The hell is there to soak up? You must you must be really into the occult stuff if you get off on being in a place like this. Wait, you mean being somewhere like this doesn't get your blood pumping? No way. No, no, don't turn this around on me. I'm not the weird one here, Cripes. Cripes? Ah, fine. Let's get this over with. Aye, aye, boss. Now there is music. I'm pretty sure it is kind of low, by default. The former Yasuda Gardens here in Yokohama Ichome were originally built as part of the daimyo's estate back in the Edo period. The bar became city property a number of years ago and underwent extensive renovations. There is not a soul around at this time of night. Quiet doesn't even begin to describe it. Okay. I've got a bad feeling about this case, and my gut is rarely wrong. I knew this would be a treacherous case from the moment we were dragged into it. Okay. Jun Ario, a detective in the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, 1st Investigative Division. His rank is Sergeant. Sergeant. This is his first time leading a case. It's like he's graduated from rookie to newbie. He looks put together on the outside, but acts like a kid most of the time. Honestly, the force could use more people like him. Also, he respects him. Nice. About the case. So, early in the morning yesterday, a staff member found the victim collapsed here in the park and called the police when they realized he was dead. While there were no obvious external wounds, the fact that he was a police officer and the evidence of a struggle means it's likely that this was a murder. This looks like a heart attack. The Sumida office sent it over to us since it involved the death of an officer, and we were tasked with the investigation. What we need to do is figure out what happened and whether there was foul play involved. I think that about sums things up. Any more on the case? But, boss? Yeah? Is this case really important enough to assign to someone from the investigation division? I mean, a friend of mine died, so it's important to me, but it's all up to the higher-ups. I'm sure they've got their reasons. Boss, you know something, don't you? It will all become clear in time. Try not to worry about it too much. Thinking about it, the only thing we know for sure is the identity of the victim. That means there must have been something special about him, right? Maybe he knew something he wasn't supposed to, some kind of secret or something? Isn't that right? You're pretty sharp sometimes, you know that? Yeah, go on, rest. Shadow, take some meds if you can for headaches, or dip your toes into cold water. It has helped me a bunch, if you can. But good lurking. I hope you come back better, feeling better. If you've picked up on that, you should be able to put the rest together yourself. Well, it is our duty to get to the bottom of a suspicious death, especially one involving an officer. About the victim. The victim is Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division of the Sumida City Community Safety Bureau, 27 years old, single. He mostly dealt with cases involving juveniles and education. His rank was senior police officer. You knew him well, didn't you? What was he like? Yes, we were in the academy together. We still went out for drinks together every month or two. He could be a little rowdy, but he was like a big brother to us all. He was kind and cared about his friends. For better or worse, he wasn't the uptight type of cop. The man always showed empathy, and I heard he was popular with the locals for it. He treated each and every troubled kid he met with compassion. He had a great track record when it came to rehabilitation. Sounds like we lost a good one. Yes, we did. We truly did. I knew being a cop was dangerous. I knew something like this could happen, but it's never easy when it happens for real. I know the feeling. He didn't seem to care much about climbing the ranks, but he was at the top of our class. Only problem was that he took on so much, he had the most unfinished paperwork too. I always felt we need an unusual guy like him to help us solve all our unusual cases. Let's open his page. Hajime was a police officer with the Sumida City Community Safety Bureau and was primarily responsible for juvenile and education cases. Hi, Potato. Not exactly free time. How are you? Welcome, welcome. He held the rank of a head patrol officer and entered the force at the same time as Jun Ario. Hajime was found dead under mysterious circumstances at the former Yasuda Gardens early in the morning yesterday. Once a rebellious gang member himself, Yoshimi turned his life around and used his own experience to connect with troubled youth as a police officer. While his appearance and demeanor suggested a man who was rough around the edges, he was a passionate, loyal, and caring man at heart, looked up to as a big brother by his peers. Yoshimi achieved stellar results in his work with juvenile cases, but his consistently sloppy paperwork and less than formal attitude essentially doomed his career and had him writing formal apologies on the regular. I'm doing also well, considering the heat wave, but that should be okay because it's on the decline. Yesterday was the worst part of it though. He left behind a fiancée whom he had been dating since high school. Oh. Don't worry, you're plenty unusual yourself. Me? I was the most normal of my classmates. Besides, the real weirdo among us quit the academy a long time ago. There was one even weirder than you? Hajime was quite a bad boy in school, apparently. He ended up with the police a lot. He said the officer in charge was good to him, helped him get back on track. The reason he wanted to become a cop was to pay his kindness forward. Said it was the first time he ever took his studies seriously. That's a good story. Love that kind of thing. Makes me want to have a drink in his honor. Please don't make fun of my dead friend. Hey, I said in his honor. You should aspire to become the kind of cop people miss when they die in the field. You say that like it's a sure thing I'll die. Besides, if I end up biting it, I'm sure you'll be the one who misses me the most, boss. Come on, don't be like that. You'll hurt morale. Well, I guess how much I'll miss you depends on how this investigation goes. I can already see it. Ariel! No! Why'd you have to go and get yourself killed? I have no idea what's going on in that head of yours. Yeah, that will be a sight to see. I can't wait. You can't wait for your own death? Get it together, kid. Sheesh, you really are something. Thank you? What about the victim's family? The Yoshimi family is from Kitasenju in Adachi City, but Hajime's parents died a long time ago. He lived there all alone, no siblings or anything. I went to his house a few times for drinks. I was surprised. It's this huge, old looking place. Like, the kind of place that seems super haunted. And he lived there alone. It looked like the home of an old noble family. It was hard to imagine him being such a delinquent living in a house like that. There's that bias I was talking about. If he's from an old family, I'm sure things were complicated. That's a bias too. He never talked about any of that, even when we were drunk, so I don't know much about it. Oh, one more thing. Yeah? Hajime was engaged. He'd been seeing his fiancée ever since they were in school. Over 10 years. They just started talking about getting married. What was her name again? He showed me a picture. She was a beautiful woman. That's so. How terrible for her. But she may know if there's been anything going on with him lately. We should speak to her. Yeah, his fiancée may have been his only confidant. I'm sure someone at Sumida Police Department has already contacted her. I'll look into it tomorrow. Hey boss? I looked into the case that Hajime was running. Oh, great. That's the kind of stuff I want to know. What was Hajime working on the day he died? Well, according to his report from the day before, he had 2 cases involving juveniles. Uh-huh. The first was the suicide of a high school girl who jumped off a building in Kamezawa last week. Ah, yeah. I did hear about that. The girl's name was Michio Shiraishi. She was a second-year student at Komagata High School. Komagata. But it seems as though Hajime had contact with her even before this incident. So she'd been troubled for some time. That's the thing. About a month ago, he happened to see her walking around town. She looked upset, so he struck up a conversation with her. He was sure there was something bothering her, but she wouldn't tell him what. Must have been trouble at home. That's what he thought too. It seems he visited her home and spoke to her parents, but they said there was no problem, so there was nothing else he could do. And now she's dead. Then it is possible he could have prevented her suicide then. He must have been devastated. And that's why he was looking into this Michio Shiraishi again. He must have thought that something terrible had happened that drove her to end her life. But ultimately, he never reported the findings of his investigation. I see. And you're thinking that it may have had something to do with his death. We'll have to figure out what it is Hajime discovered. Right, let's check with Sumida Police Department about that tomorrow too. Again, the victim. And what was the other case he was working? This one is also related to a Komagata high student. A troublemaker named Hitomi Okuda. She seems to be the leader of a group of kids who get up to no good. Juvenile delinquency. Fun. She was pretty bad for a while. Multiple charges of destruction of property, assault and battery, you name it. Hajime had been working with her for about 6 months, and she was finally starting to open up. Then, he met with the girl the day he died. Well, every school's got its problem. But I'm sure he'd be worried about how she'd get on without him. Right, just when she'd finally found an adult she could trust. She might act out without someone to help her get through this. We'll have to make sure Sumida Committee Safety Bureau does their job. But... We can't rule out the possibility that meeting with this delinquent girl had something to do with his death. Then, we'll have to interview her too. Yes, you're right. She may have been the last person to see him alive after all. I'll ask Sumida to introduce us tomorrow. Though, who knows if they'll even actually let us talk with her. That's what we hired you for. Lay a little boyish charm on them if they need convincing. Oh, yeah, I'm sure they'd prefer me over scary-looking old men like you, boss. Watch it. I'm still your superior. You ought to act like you respect me at least. Uh, I thought I was. You were? Shit. Is that just how your generation speaks? You really are a new breed. It's probably just me, actually. Well, don't think you can get away with that with other people. So anyways, boss. Were you even listening? We've got quite a bit to look into tomorrow. First, the two Komagata High School cases that Hajime was handling. And we need to speak with his fiancée as well. I believe that's it for tomorrow. The case file? Acute heart failure. Cause unknown. 11 a.m. Okay. But the cause of death. As for the cause of death, we won't know until the autopsy is done. From what we've seen though, it would appear to be some kind of acute heart failure. But since he had no record of chronic illness and had no visible wounds, it's possible that poison or drugs could have been involved. Dying in the middle of a park like that. It certainly seems suspicious. We found signs of a struggle at the scene, as well as footprints belonging to an unidentified individual. We've got people trying to identify those prints. If we can find who they belong to, we might be able to figure this whole thing out. Yes, wouldn't that be nice if that were the end of it? The only thing Hajime had on him were his badge and his wallet in his pockets. So we can rule out a mugging. Though there probably aren't many people who'd think to try mugging a cop as big as him. I've also heard that Hajime got into a fair few fights in his younger days. He started judo once he became an officer and rose up the ranks quickly. Sounds like the perp would have to have been pretty strong to take on Hajime. That is, if it is a physical attack, which I don't think it is. But don't the curse bearer get their curse at like midnight? They all did at midnight, no? Time of death was around 11 p.m. 2 days ago. Outside of the park's operating hours, of course. His body was found early in the morning yesterday. 11 p.m., the day before yesterday. What was Hajime doing out here at that time in the first place? That's the question, isn't it? The entrance to the park is closed after hours, but it's a small gate that'd be fairly easy for him to get through if he really wanted to. That would, of course, be breaking and entering, but what do you think, boss? Ooh, we got a choice. Someone called him there. He came here to hide something. Oh. Obviously, I have no idea. That's a peculiar place to hide something? A park? So someone called him here. Also, he didn't have his phone on him. Isn't it the 80s in this game? It's hard to imagine a cop like Hajime would trespass for no reason. And since it seems like someone else was here with him, could they have called him here? Oh, that does seem likely. They must have been talking about something pretty sensitive to come here in the middle of the night. So Hajime met someone here to discuss something in secret. And then they got into a fight? No, that wouldn't match the cause of death. There were no wounds on the body that would indicate a spontaneous scuffle. The perp must have planned something. Then you think it was meditated? That would mean they called Hajime to the park with the intent to kill him? Ooh, well, there is still the possibility that it was just some kind of accident. Maybe the perp tried to threaten Hajime and things went south from here. We should be able to get a clearer picture once we know exactly what killed him. Right. About Tsutsumi. But either way, I'm so glad you're back in the first division, boss. I've always admired your work. You were like a god to me. You were the whole reason I became a detective in the first place. Ah, yeah. About that. People have been saying that ever since you first entered the academy, but... Yes, that's because it's true. I couldn't believe you got transferred out of the first just as I was assigned to it. So getting to work a case like this now, just the two of us, is a dream come true. Happy as I am to hear that, well, how should I put it? What is it? If that's true, I'm not sure you've been showing me the appropriate amount of respect. But I do respect you. Don't tell me you're going senile, boss. That's exactly what I'm talking about when you run your mouth like that. It's getting late. You must be sleepy. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure we got out there soon. Yeah, I get it. I've been wowed by your shrewd detecting abilities all day today. Oh, really? Funny, I've been wowed by you too. On the topic of family, what's yours like, boss? The hell is wrong with you, prying into my personal life all of a sudden? It's just, I've never heard you talk about them or anything. Oh, are you single? Shut it, that's none of your business. Well, ever since I joined the force, I've been thinking. The department really pressures young officers to get married. I wonder why that is. You don't say anything like that, though. How should I know? I caved to the pressure myself and got married 20-something years ago. So then... God, you're relentless. She took our daughter and left 4 years ago. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't believe she'd give up on a guy like you. I was never home much, too focused on work. I'd come home late only to get called right back out again. Plus, being a cop is dangerous work. I don't blame her for getting fed up with it all. How sad. Especially when you're out here putting your life on the line. Oh, is that why you transferred out of the first? It was already too late by then. You better be careful, Ario. You say that, but there's not much I can do, is there? That's the nature of our job. There aren't many who can really understand it, not unless they're involved with police work themselves or related to someone who is. But wait, you have a daughter, boss? You really think I want to talk about her after all that? Have some sense. Come on, I promise I don't mean this the way it sounds, but how old is she? Jeez, you don't know when to quit, do you? At least try not to look so intrigued. She's a bit rougher on the edges. I think most men are intimidated by her. Last I heard, she's living by herself and going to college. Wow, a college student. Men love an educated lady. Stop that. What kind of cop are you making baseless assumptions like that? She's living on her own though, huh? You must worry about her. Worry? I don't even know where she lives. Oh, so she hasn't told you. Probably because she knows you'd follow her around everywhere. I would not. I don't think. Come on now, we both know that's not true. Listen here. You may look like a mean old man, but you sure have a soft side. Is this supposed to be a compliment? I can't keep up with you. We're done talking about this. Come on, boss. Oh, that reminds me. If you got married 20 years ago, it must have been right around the Nejima murder. You know your history. Yeah, that happened a year or two before our wedding. You were the one who arrested the killer, weren't you? We studied that case at the academy. I was only in elementary school at the time, but I still remember people talking about some dangerous criminal getting arrested. All that was just cracking the case, finding the guy. It was all just happenstance. I'd really rather not think about it. It was a disturbing case. Did it not make your skin crawl when you learned about it at the academy? It did. We were all terrified. Sounds about right. No one could believe that such a mild-mannered man could have committed such a terrible murder. If we had overlooked one little thing, we may never have caught him at all. I think I remember hearing there was only one charge brought against him in the end. That's right. We didn't have the evidence. I knew there was no way such a meticulously planned crime could have been there first, but we may have stuck Fumichika Nejima in a cell, but it was no victory. He always had the upper hand. And all the damage he did to everyone involved, especially the victim's classmates. It's already been 20 years, huh? God damn it. This is why I try not to think about it. I'm sorry. What is this for? The Nejima murders, a notorious case from over 2 decades ago involving the murder of a female high school student. It first came to the attention of authorities when part of the left hand was discovered floating in the Sumida River. Testing revealed it belonged to a missing female high school student. As it appeared to have been severed deliberately, the police launched a murder investigation. A large-scale search of the river was organized, but the highly polluted state of the water made this impossible. Visibility was poor, the stench was intense, and the divers quickly fell ill. They succeeded in recovering only the victim's head and what appeared to be part of her leg before the search was called off. At the time of the incident, the Sumida River was as polluted as it had ever been. Neither fish nor shellfish could survive in it, eventually causing the annual fireworks festival to be called off indefinitely. Over the course of the search, the police discovered a number of unidentified human bones. This caused a stir among the police as several other young women had gone missing in recent years in the Tokyo area, and it was feared that they may have fallen victim to the same fate. Forensic technologies at the time, however, were not advanced enough to determine the identities of the deceased, and so the police were unable to open any inquiries. Due to the overwhelming lack of circumstantial evidence, the investigation ground to a halt until a hitherto unrelated individual came to its attention. During a questioning about a separate incident, Fumichika Nejima, a 36-year-old shop owner with no relation to the victim, divulged details about her that had never been released to the general public. An investigation into his background was conducted, leading to his arrest. Nejima testified that he had snatched his victim from the street and confined her in the underground storeroom of his shop, which also served as his living quarters. He chose her for no special reason, but simply decided she was an opportune target on seeing her walking alone at night. After keeping her locked up for several days, he restrained her, sewed her mouth shut, and severed her fingers and toes with a box cutter, but she was still conscious. As she screamed silently behind her sealed lips, he proceeded to her wrists, her ankles, her elbows, her knees, working his way inwards slowly and methodically. His victim constantly wavered in and out of consciousness. Her ordeal continued until she died of blood loss. Nejima dismembered the rest of her body and disposed of it behind his home in the Sumida River, before cleaning his storeroom and returning to his everyday routine as if nothing had happened. The brutality of his actions shocked the nation when they were eventually reported. Once apprehended, Nejima readily divulged divulge the details of the murder, but was less willing to explain his motive. When asked, he would only break down in tears, saying, "I don't know what came over me. I know it was wrong." In the end, the police could extract nothing more from him than expressions of remorse. Although the efficiency of his methods strongly suggested that he had committed similar crimes in the past, no corroborating evidence ever came to light. Nejima was sentenced to life in prison at his first hearing. The sentence was imposed with no appeal from the defendant. Life and not death? Wow. About the occult. So, all this occult stuff, have you heard about it, boss? What are you talking about? This rite of resurrection thing that everyone's talking about. No, not you two. I've been hearing about that shit everywhere. Oh, you have? That's surprising. Who cares what people are talking about? It's got nothing to do with our job. But don't you think the occult stuff with this case feels, I don't know, realer somehow? The whole thing started right here in Honjo in Sumida City. So I thought that maybe... Cut it out. Nothing good can come of getting involved with that rite of whatever or that... Involved with that rite of whatever or that record of fates. Record of fates, you're super knowledgeable. Sounds like you know all about it. Boss, are you secretly into the occult? Stop that. Seriously, this isn't a joke. I get why you'd be intrigued by something called the Rite of Resurrection after a buddy of yours died, but... Bringing the dead back to life? That's the stuff of fantasy. It's not real. So don't go hoping for miracles, got it? Okay, nice. Let's think. I've got a bad feeling about this case, and my gut is rarely wrong. I knew this would be a treacherous case from the moment we were dragged into it. Yeah? Oh, the scene. This is where the victim was found. It's clean now. It almost feels like nothing happened here at all. But once an incident like this has come to pass, there is no going back. Not that knowing that it is any consolation. Well, boss, I think that about does it. Right, let's cut it for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh god, what is that? Huh, boss? What's wrong? Don't tell me you're going see now. Damn it. It was that case all along. Not be fooled. Do not be fooled. The true lie, it is no rumor. Believe me. Something like that. Boss? What is it? Is there something over there? Such deep sorrow. A resentful memory. Those who deceive with falsehood and untruth should be hung forever in eternal darkness. Kill them. Kill them. Those who spread lies, kill them all. You have acquired the power of the curse stone, the Evergreen Beach. You can use it to kill those who intentionally try to mislead you. Interesting. Kills by hanging one who tries to mislead. He deceived us with his so-called Rite of Resurrection. The man who tricked the people with his false dark arts swings from a rope. They thought the man had escaped the previous night, but, oddly enough, he was found hanging in the garden of the daimyo's mansion that morning. The man, a local named Jinkichi, was known for his kind temperament and skill in crafting netsuke clasps. While his life wasn't always easy, he was optimistic, the type to smile through whatever life threw at him. He was the kind of man who would take care of those who didn't have anyone else to rely on. The prosperity that the ukiyo-e boom brought must have been what fanned the flames of his greed. The old craftsman was found in a miserable state, as if sentenced to some cruel fate. Perhaps he'd ended his own life, unable to bear the weight of his crime. But dead men tell no tales, and the people thought of him as a bad man even in death. He hung there for days, till his neck stretched horrifically, a visage of pain still etched on his face. It was clear he must have struggled greatly as he died, his flesh marked with dark scars where the rope wrapped around his whole body. The beech tree's leaves do not fall, and neither did the man's body hanging from it, as the mansion's owner was not at home. Another unfortunate event. The people had their tongues, fearing divine punishment, but the rumors persisted nonetheless. A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick black tar. Now? Hill. Can you hear it, Curse Bear? You who so strongly desires the right. Kill them. I don't think he would be the type to use the curse. Boss? Boss? Boss, what's the matter? Don't tell me you really went senile. Sorry. I'm fine. Ario. Yes? I have some bad news. Oh, no. Your senility? Your senility is kicking in, isn't it? No, we've got a big trouble on our hands. Looks like we'll be working some overtime. We're not going home tonight. Huh? What are you talking about? All right. "12 a.m. Former Yasuda Gardens. Okay, so let me get this straight, boss. The right of resurrection really exists? And to use it, you have to kill people using the power of curses from the 7 mysteries of Honjo? And the curse you have is from the story of the Evergreen Beach that's told in this area? Is that right? Yeah, pretty much. You're quick on the uptake. You weren't your usual silly self when you were explaining, so I knew you were telling the truth. I'm never silly. The only thing I have trouble believing is that you're taking this occult stuff seriously now. I mean, talk about paranormal. I thought you didn't believe in any of that. It's not that I don't believe in it. My familiarity with it is why I've tried not to get too close. Are are you just being a sore loser? Not used to admitting you were wrong? Oh, shut up and listen to me. No point in trying to hide things anymore. We won't get anywhere if you don't understand this, so listen up. Please, just listen. You don't have to keep saying it, I'm listening. We don't have time to waste. We'll talk as we walk. Hey, wait for me, boss. Ooh, the music. Oh, Ryogoku Bridge. That's where the other curse was, where we needed to disable the music, the voices. Such a nice song. Sorry, I just want to double check one thing. You're telling the truth, right? This isn't a side effect of your senility? It's the truth. Not like I can prove it, though. Revealing the existence of a secret department is against the rules, even to a fellow cop. But this is an emergency. I need his help. I'll tell him. I'm sure you already know this, but this is all top secret. No sharing it with anyone. Right, you can trust me not to. But no, I just can't believe it. I'd heard rumors that you used to be a member of a secret division attached to the Security Bureau. I can't believe we actually have a department called Paranormal Affairs. Yeah, I'm sure it comes as a shock. I couldn't believe it myself. I thought the higher ups were messing with me. Really had me worried for a while there. No, this is incredible. That's the whole reason I became a cop. I was always fascinated by secret agency and stuff. You serious? But thinking about it, it totally makes sense. If curses and spirits really do exist, then of course we'd need a special department to protect citizens from them. You seem a bit too eager to believe all this. And hang on, I thought you joined up because of me? Come on, boss, do you really have one favorite food? You can like more than one thing. Yeah, whatever. In any case, the official stance is that the supernatural doesn't exist. So, Paranormal Affairs operates in secret. Still not sure why they stuck me there. Those 4 years, I worked nothing but cases involving the supernatural. Ooh. Although officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Security Division, Special Security Unit, Paranormal Affairs Bureau, it is more commonly referred to simply as Paranormal Affairs. Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, it specializes in the investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of paranormal phenomena is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed to be by the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy. Currently, there are only 5 members, including the chief. The Bureau has a network of psychic contacts across the country who assist in their cases, including Mio Kurosuzu. She is with the police? Okay, she's dead right now. The Bureau undertakes investigations into any suspicious stories that cross their desk, though the vast majority turn out to be hoaxes. Due to the sheer volume of cases, close-lipped, experienced detectives without paranormal abilities of their own, such as Tetsuo Tatsumi, are sometimes assigned to investigate. The girl with the fire curse. The chubby friend. That's Mio. And apparently she works with the police, either as a consultant or like as an officer herself in a way? Maybe. Or at least in that secret division, there are 2 different types of people. There are those with paranormal affinities, like almost superpowers, and those without. The investigator right now, Tetsuo, doesn't have any powers, but she does. And I guess because there would be less people with powers, you could hire a high school student, unless she's not at all a high school student and is not the age she claims, and it's an undercover identity. That would be fun. The current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Kuiru Nakagoshi. He was born to a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations, and has served as Mio Kurosuzu's mentor since discovering her. Kuiru is an elusive figure. Very few have met him in person, and he is rarely seen in the office. Hi, Misty! How are you doing? We're playing a paranormal investigation game. It's been a while. What's up? What's the tea? Do you have also a heat wave where you live? Or are you lucky? Modding Pal World. It's a rain wave. It's gonna be us soon, apparently. It's usually the case. Heat wave, then rain, obviously. What kind of modding are you doing? Does it involve beautiful, bountiful bosoms? Where was I? It is said that this is because he has often? Can you shorten often with oft? Being the target of curses, however, some theorize that it is in fact because Kuiru is not actually of flesh and blood at all. His seat in his office is usually occupied by a Nue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Nue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Kuiru's messengers, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. The term Nakagoshi case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by paranormal affairs. I wish I could have a familiar. Jun Ario. Jun encountered a curse echo while investigating the mysterious death of his colleague in the former Yasuda Gardens with Tetsuo Tsutsumi. When Tetsuo explained to him that the supernatural is real, he accepted this fact without a moment's hesitation and vowed to help his partner to solve the case. The Evergreen Beach. Okay. So, do you know, have it? Have what? Spirit sense, of course. Are you what they call spiritually gifted? Nope, I've never felt anything at all. Even if I did, I'd be a lightweight at best. One beer and I'm down for the count. So is there actually a correlation? I want to search that up. Is there a correlation in Japanese folklore between handling your liquor and spiritual senses? Alcohol receptiveness? There is a recurring connection in Japanese folklore and spiritual traditions between alcohol, altered perception, and sensitivity. No, that's not what I was searching for, anyway. Oh, huh. Is that how people in the field quantify someone's spirit sense? Like how much liquor they can handle? Nope, that's just me. Thought it'd help get the point across. Oh, huh. Sorry, seems like I keep disappointing you. No, it's not your fault, boss. At the risk of disappointing you yet again, I'll tell you one more thing. Spirit sense is usually something you're born with. It's tough to develop it later on. What? So there's no hope for me? No, say it ain't so. Of course you are interested. Well, you never know. You may have some hidden potential. I know there's a high schooler who's got so much spirit sense that she works on the front lines. I say work, but she wasn't paid, because it was supposedly part of her training. Yikes, that seems like it'd be in violation of Article 69 of the Labor Standards Act. Wow, you really know the law. No comment. Even the occult field has workers' right issues, huh? So, what do we do now? We've got this rite of resurrection, and the curses echoes of the 7 mysteries of Honjo. The curses being spread out around the city is, a bit of an emergency. Is that bad? I'll put it this way. It's like handing out guns all over town. Geez, that's real bad. It is. So we need to find the source and put a stop to it before something terrible happens. Usually that'd be a job for paranormal affairs, but I talked to them on our way here. The main team is tied up till tomorrow night. So, They told me to deal with it myself. Said it'd be fine since I have some experience. What? Then that overtime you mentioned means... Yup, you're gonna help me, partner. Alright, let's do this. You seem a bit too eager to dive into all of this. You really have no reservation working a case you know nothing about? You said this was an emergency. I didn't think we had a choice. I'm just trying to be logical about this, boss. You really are something. It might actually be nice having you around. Why, thank you. Revealing... yeah. So, what exactly do we do? If these curses are connected to the 7 mysteries, then the people who have the others should all be here in town. Right, if there's 7 of them, that means there are 6 more out there. And we have to stop them all before they kill anyone with their curse. If we can, we should find and collect all the curse stones. But, boss, from what you said earlier, killing a curse bearer gets you closer to completing the rite of resurrection. Won't your life be in danger if they find out you're a curse bearer? Pretty much. We can't let that happen. Should you even be out here right now? Hiding would only be a waste of time. The mystery of the one-sided reed is associated with the Ryogoku Bridge. I was hoping we'd be quick enough to run into the one-sided reed's curse bearer. No such luck, it seems. Well, if nothing else, maybe word will spread that the cops are on the lookout for people. And people will behave. That's putting a lot of trust in whoever these other people are. But it's possible that other curse bearers with the same idea will come here. Talk to anyone you see who seems suspicious. That means someone who may have the power of a curse. Understood. In that case. Why don't I ask that guy who's been watching us this whole time? What do you know? There is someone there. Good luck. Who is this? Hey, you there. Sorry to bother you, but I've got some questions. I'm with the police. Oh, yeah. Okay, so just in case. Just in case. Thanks for your cooperation. We'll be asking you a few things, Mr. Yutaro Namigaki. That's your name, correct? Yes. I don't mind answering your questions. You're a detective. Did something happen? Oh, right. Lots of things have been happening around here. Like people dying. So, what is it you are doing here? It must be the incident at the former Yasuda Gardens. The dead policeman? I can't imagine a detective would come all the way out there otherwise. Huh? Say, Mr. Detective, have you ever heard of the Evergreen Beach? The 7 Mysteries of Honjo, right? Why'd you ask? I was just looking for it. Actually, I was wondering if either of you knew anything about it. I don't know. Nope, sorry. Really? How strange. Detectives, you have the curse stone of the Evergreen Beach, don't you? You... How did you know? Ario, you idiot. Well, that was much easier than expected. Oh, crap. Sorry. It was simple inference. I figure you would have taken the curse if you were just in the gardens. If you know that, then... you must be a curse bearer yourself. I have no intention of hiding anything. I plan to tell you from the start. Look. This is my curse stone. I believe it's called the Foot Washing Mansion? That's right. But are you sure about this? I'm not so rash that I'd kill someone as soon as I found out they were a curse bearer, not without talking to them first. You're the same, aren't you, detectives? You wouldn't use a curse on a normal person. Let's speak as equals, shall we? I can use my curse. He is lying. I don't think the detective would use the curse, so this is a peaceful run. Boss? Sure, we'd rather resolve this amicably too. Does he not consider us as equals? But before we talk, there's something I should tell you. Hmm? This is my curse stone, the Evergreen Beach, just like you thought. What? Well, boss, why would you tell him? As for how the curse works... Boss, are you having another senior moment? If you tell him that... It hangs to death anyone who would try to mislead me. So if you try to lie to me, the curse stone will let me know. I don't have to use it to tell. Understand? Whoa, really? That's super useful. I see. Understood. That's a pretty useful power for a detective. Now then, let's talk. Damn, it seems I've lost the upper hand. No point for pretty tricks then. For petty tricks then. I'll be honest with you. You are not. So far, so good. He's lying to me. There's someone I want to bring back, so I'd like your assistance in collecting soul drags. He is lying again. Can't help you. Please, all you'd have to do is tell me who the other curse bearers are. Lying? Sorry, but as a police officer, I can't just look the other way and let you go. Please, if you help me, I'll let you two go as well. This guy never said one honest thing ever. Is that a threat? No. He's been lying every fucking sentence. Liar, liar, pants I fired. Pants are fired. Where is that from? I'm gonna add some ice to my drink. You know, before that heat wave, I had one can of Monster and it would stay fresh for like maybe 3 hours. Declining. And then it would go lukewarm. It hasn't been 2 hours yet. Barely 1 hour. It's already lukewarm. Had to fight with the ice cube thingy. It's silicone, so the ice stuck to it. And I can't feel my fingies anymore. So, Mr. Liar Pants, it's your final warning. My curse, the foot washing mansion. Did you really think you could escape it by just being careful? It didn't matter to me which of you was the curse bearer. I'll be taking both of your soul dregs anyway. Wait! I deactivated the voice, so maybe I won't be having any trouble, but June! Like, my partner, does it work on him too? Wait, Namigaki! The foot washing mansion is a powerful curse, and so simple to activate. It is ready whenever I need it. There is no escape from the voice of my feet. The voice of my feet. I mean, he can't kill me, but he might kill the other guy. And he really wants to. I mean, let's see where it goes. Let's try to be peaceful and see how he reacts to me not hearing the sound. And let's see also if he kills my partner in doing so. Ario, get out of here. Hurry. I'll find you later. What? Okay. Too late. Hear the voice of my curse. Hear the voice of my curse echo. The voice of his curse echo? Huh? What? Why isn't my curse echo working? Impossible. This has never happened. What's happening? I don't hear anything. Ario, now, grab him. Right. Namigaki, get down. Ah, damn it. Boss, here. His curse stone. Good work. Give it to me. So if we have multiple curse stones, can we use all of them? Damn it. Why? What do you think, boss? Should we lock him up? I haven't even touched you. You can't consider that assault of a police officer. Let him go. All we need is a stone. Ah, how could this happen? My right of resurrection. Give it up. The right was too good to be true from the start. I don't know what happened to you, but you'd be better off mourning whoever you lost the right way. Now get out of here. Damn it. Whew, that was a close one, huh, boss? We'd probably be dead if he had activated his curse. Yeah, I'm not sure what, but something stopped his curse from... Boss, are you okay? Does having another curse stone hurt? Yeah, the curse from this one is flowing into me too. Oh, no! I saw what activates the curse of the foot machine mentioned, and the resentful memories bound to it. Ah, I see. I always thought this one was one of the stranger of the seven mysteries. Now I know why. This sure is something. Oh, what did you see? Let's save that for later. All you need to know for now is that it's a particularly powerful curse. We're lucky we took it from him quickly. Yeah, what is it about this one? I'm super curious. Kills by crushing one who hears the command, wash. A resentful memory. She was an accomplished onmyoji. Alas, she did not use her talent for the good of the world or the people, but for her own selfish pursuit of beauty. After a fierce battle, the woman dragged herself through the streets. It was like something had ate away at her body. When I die, I've already obtained what I needed. As long as I have this... Suddenly, a terrible realization dawned on her. Her legs wouldn't move. She fell to the ground. What was happening? Surprised, she looked down. Her foot, once so beautiful and delicate, had grown ulcerated and rotten. He got her. She was on the verge of death and covered in filth to boot. Crawling to a nearby house, her breath caught in her throat. The curious resident opened up, but recoiled from what they saw. My foot is so filthy. Someone, please, quickly. The woman expired while mumbling something unintelligible, and so ended the life of a woman consumed by evil. It's not that creepy. I was expecting a bit more. Well, that makes one stone. Where do we go now? We'll visit all the places associated with the mysteries while it's still dark out. You mean we have to do that all over again? I hope they aren't all as aggressive as him, but people will do crazy things to bring back someone they love. It seems that the hatred the core stones are imbued with makes people more willing to kill. Really? Then what about you, boss? I'm fine. I may not have any spirit sense, but I'm tough when it comes to this stuff. That's why they loved me in paranormal affairs. So you are spiritually gifted after all. Alright, let's head to the next place. He's a ray of sunshine. Midoricho Park. That's where we as Shogo met them. Who is this lad? Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but we have some questions for you. Oh, what? Are you with the police? I haven't done anything. Don't worry, this isn't an interrogation or anything. We just want to talk. You're Hideki Araishi, right? The historian? You know who we know who you are, so this won't take long. Araishi, isn't this the person that got the right of resurrection back? But since we saw you here, we'd just like to ask you a couple questions. Hideki is a historian who works part time as a curator at the local folk museum and as a teacher at Komagata High School. His recent publication on the rite of resurrection has caused a stir in occult circles. Right. Hideki is a quintessential obsessive researcher. Despite being entirely unsuited for teaching, he had no choice but to take up a position at Komagata High School in order to make ends meet. While having a captive audience in his classes goes While having a captive audience in his classes goes some way to satisfying his need for respect and recognition, his conceited nature makes him unpopular among the students. Lately, he is concerned that articles he contributed for purely monetary reasons have earned him a reputation as a researcher of the occult, but the surge of interest in the topic and the resulting volume of articles requests he is receiving are undeniably tempting. Hideki is a regular at the Kurokikyo cafe on Hokusai Street, where he can be found outside his work hours writing essays and manuscripts. His published books include A Study of the Unknown and An Introduction to Bando History. And that guy, university student. Oh, so he's a nepo baby, but has been neglected emotionally. Well, let's get it over with. I'm a busy man. Right. What were you doing? No, Mr. Araishi. What were you doing here at this time of night? D- Doing research, of course. Day or night, information never sleeps. That's an admirable philosophy. You know, your research has been quite a talk around town. What was it they were saying? You discovered something about the book? About some book? Record of Fates. Ah, right. You found some kind of ritual in the Record of Fates. What, don't tell me you want to know how to carry out the rite of resurrection too? To be perfectly honest, I am tired of people asking me about it all the time. None of you even care about the local history. You're just some crawling out of the woodwork when something interesting comes up. Looks like I hit a nerve. If you think you can force me to tell you because you're policeman, you're sorely mistaken. You're sorely. Was the research you were doing just now also related to the rite of resurrection? Well, yes, that's right. What exactly were you looking for? I have no reason to tell you that. You wouldn't understand anyway. Was the research you were doing just now also related to the rite of resurrection? Well, yes, that's right. Okay. Are you doing all this research so you can use the rite of resurrection yourself? You're a policeman. Do you really think people can be brought back to life? Everyone I meet. Pitiful. Huh, so you don't believe in the rite? Whether it's real or not has nothing to do with my research. Such things are better left to the occult freaks. Or so I thought. Things changed. It has become necessary for me to pursue the rite. So now I pray that this is real. What changed? I'm sure you can imagine. The funds for my research. I receive a large amount of funding for seeking the rite of resurrection. And if I find it, I receive a sum so great I'll never have to worry about money again. Oh, then that means someone is sponsoring your research. Is that right? So what if they are? You have no idea how hard we work to secure funding for our research. I have no interest in teaching those children. Listen to me, I'll tell you one thing. Those experts you see writing provocative books or spouting nonsense on TV to try and get popular, all of them are just trying to get the money they need to do their research. With how popular the occult is, saying something even remotely spooky can lead to big money. What? But I bought your book. The pursuit of the unknown begins, first and foremost, with belief. I was so inspired by that bit. I do appreciate your patronage. Unfortunately, however, the occult is not my true interest. The fate of the unknown is to be destroyed by thorough research and deep consideration. No way, I can't believe it. You're surprisingly innocent. Then what kind of research do you want to be doing? I'm sure it wouldn't interest you, but to put it simply, the focus of my research is how historical accounts transform into folklore over the years as they are passed down from generation to generation. I would love to read that, actually. What does that mean? Due to human bias, the account of any event is inevitably changed by the person communicating it. This is not necessarily done with ill intention. It happens when someone tries to fill in the gaps in a story that lacks detail. Or when something's left out or abridged because of the story's length. Or when a story twists and shifts and it spreads through oral tradition. Even when two stories are told about the same event, differences in culture or environment affect how it's told, changing its content. Silly little things can turn into terribly mysterious legends. My research is the study of how history, culture, and legend all influence each other. Huh, I see. Take the 7 mysteries of Honjo, for example. Why are so many of the mysteries seemingly about nothing particularly interesting? You'd think stories wouldn't last a decade, let alone hundreds of years. So why? Perhaps putting it that way piques your interest? I admit I am curious. So that's what you've been researching all this time. Makes sense. As I said, it doesn't matter to me whether the rite exists or not. If people in the Edo period believed that what was written in the record of fates was real, That's all I'm interested in. But I have to be realistic. The research I'd like to do is unfortunately not very lucrative. That's why I need to take some risks. This record of fates, where did you get your hands on it? The storehouse of an old private residence in the city, just as the public was told. I am unable to be more precise due to an agreement with my informant. Well, in that case, I think I might have a guess of what it is you were looking for. What? Damn it. If you know about that, then... Calm down. No need to get so defensive. Ah, it's so hard because we don't know the condition. We don't even know what that guy has. If he has a curse stone, or if he just knows about it. What if his condition is to be shown a curse stone? Do you think he's lying on purpose? I genuinely think that this character is telling the truth. I didn't see. Plus, we kind of have a lie detector on our hands, so we know he has not been lying at all. Otherwise, we could have cursed him. We didn't ask whether he had one or not. Hide. We both want information, right? Why don't we have a nice, friendly chat? You may say that, but I don't trust you. Perhaps you've already learned about curses. Perhaps you want to take my power away from me. No, that's not true. I almost revealed my hand. I'll say nothing else. Sorry, I'll be taking my leave here. Ah, shit. Hey, stop! Ah, he's so fast. This is someone else? Did you think it was the other younger guy? With the foot one? Yeah, we don't know actually about him. We don't know why he was lying. We do know that when we came across him as Shogo, I think it was his name, he had not killed anybody. And we know there was another woman with him, which doesn't tell us much. Guess what? All my ice is melted already. Sorry, boss. He got away. That's a bad end. Okay, so we show him. We need to show him the stone. It must be hot. Yeah. What temperature is it? It's currently 24. I promise you, because of what I told you, between the apartment above me and the one under, it feels way. It feels like 30 degrees Celsius. We fast forward. And then your apartment is not used to be hot weather at all. No, it is made for cold weather. It is made to handle the cold. So when it is hot, we are dying, literally. 30 here right now. See? And I have my fan and it's blowing like lukewarm air, not cold. It is trapping heat, which is very practical during the winter. In the winter, I don't need to use a heater at all. So that's great. That's great because I don't need to spend more money. I just need my covers, some fluffy, throwaway cover. That's all I need. And my hot water bottle. That helps a lot. But during the summer, it is dangerous to be there, to be fair. Show the curse stone? We both want information, right? A curse stone? You are a curse bearer. A leaf. It is the evergreen beech, then. Yep. Will you show me yours? This is mine, the ever-burning lantern. Interesting. Do we tell him or do we not? He hasn't lied to us at all. By the way, I will probably need to make frequent break for ice reveal. I'll tell you this for free. The evergreen beech comes from a man who was hanged from spreading false rumors. But the accusation against him were unfounded, and he died cursing those who deceived him. Ah, so that is the resentful memory held within the evergreen beech. The memories of the 7 mysteries are truly fascinating. If only I could collect them all. Do whatever you want, but you should know something. This stone of mine lets me curse anyone who tries to mislead me. What? But... So don't try and lie to me. I'll know. You would curse a citizen? And you call yourself an officer of the law? That all depends on you. I don't want to use it if I don't have to. What is it you want? The curse stones are dangerous. I'd like to confiscate yours. Excuse me, but my right. First, let me ask you one thing. You haven't used that curse, have you? No, of course. I haven't. I swear. He's lying. You killed someone, you son of a bitch. Does our character react to lies? Because he hasn't reacted to the younger guy with the feet. I see. Good. He doesn't react. That pisses me off. And they said earlier that he doesn't need to use the curse to feel the curse. Now, why don't you hand it over that stone? Unless you'd rather try using it on me instead? Damn you. I won't give it to you. If I were to say that, what would happen? Would it be a crime? The police are aware of how dangerous the stones are. I could arrest you under Article 1, Section 2 of the Minor Offense Act. Or you hand it over and all you lose is your secret ability. Think of what would happen to all your research if you were arrested. Fine. You can have the stone. Here. What was it about? Heals by disembowelment? One who finds themselves trapped in the darkness. Oh, so that's the one that we killed last time. That was him. When Honjo was filled with samurai residences, the spies of the shogunate lived amongst the townspeople to keep an eye on things. The soba cart on the south Warigesui served as one of their outposts. They would communicate to each other in code by turning the lantern on or off. Tonight, at 4 a.m., meant that someone would be having the last soba of their life, and that their belly would be sliced open the next night. An unfortunate incident occurred in which a man attacked a woman in a bout of fury. He regretted it deeply, even declining to invoke the right to defend his honor. But the deed was done. Still, he could not accept it. His rage at having been used by his daimyo boiled over, turning into a grudge he would never forget. Nearby, he saw a lantern quietly glowing in the night, and when the 6th bell rang, the man cut his own stomach open. Since then, the lantern could be seen alight before the soba cart had opened, and would flicker out suddenly, even when there was no wind blowing. As this unsettling phenomenon continued, the rumors surrounding it grew, and soon all were convinced that it was the man who could open his stomach, visiting from the beyond. I love occult stories. Good choice. I look forward to seeing how your research pans out. Oh, right. Would you tell us everything you know about what's going on? If you help us out, we'll give you all the information we've gotten after we've solved the case. What'd you say? In that case, will you tell me all about the resentful memories of the seven mysteries? I believe they are the key to the secret hidden in the record of fates. Ghost stories creep me out. I like when there's a mechanic or like for here in this game, it starts as folklore. So you get kind of the ancient testimony of the people and what it has become after. So for the lantern, they just saw a lantern working in the night with nobody at the soba card it was attached to. So they thought it was a kitsune or something like that, right? Because that's what used to be said back in the day. And then the quote unquote real explanation is the spirit of a samurai that was deceived into killing an innocent woman for nothing, etc., etc. I kind of like it. One day, I should buy a book on yokais and we should read it together. Yikes. I mean, I have told you my story, which has exactly the same things. What I felt at the moment and what it turned out to be. Maybe, if you believe in it, with the little ghost in the abandoned house where I grew. Sure, why not? I learned about them as I collect the curse stones. With the twin ghosts, twin houses, one ghost in one house. No twins. Have I ever met a twin? Ever? But thanks to you, we learned a lot from him. I wonder. The mysteries and rites are all public information. He kept everything he knows about the other curse bearers and the source of the curse here hidden. I was hoping he'd at least give us a clue about how to beat this curse. Oh, I see. Then we should be more aggressive next time. Really make them spit it out. And by we, I mean you. I'm guessing he wants to save this curse. He wouldn't have told us anything no matter what we asked. But now we know where he hangs out. We can always send someone for him if need be. Right, got it. I was surprised to hear that there are actually 9 of the 7 mysteries, though. Yeah, that's 2 extra curse bearers we have to find. We've confiscated 2, so there are 6 more. They could be anywhere in this town. We have to find them fast, or they may start using the curses. No, I think we're already too late. Huh? I didn't tell you this, but there were some soul drugs in Namigaki's curse stone. Really? Then he already killed someone with it? It's not much, so it probably wasn't a curse bearer. Shit. Well, we know who did it. We can make arrangements to take him into custody. We'll have paranormal affairs pick him up tomorrow. For now, we continue our search. Right. On to the next place. We just have to cross them off the list one by one. Oh, but boss? Hmm? Good to know we can use the minor offense act to arrest people with curse stones. But why didn't we do that with Namigaki? If we could do that, there'd be no need for paranormal affairs. What grounds would a normal detective have to put him under arrest? Oh, right. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I didn't get that part. Oh, we can't? We can't. We can go back here, but I doubt we have information for here. I'll use that. We're gonna be, so we do switch. We go for the women. Since we can, advance here. It's kind of dumb because we don't have the reason. In like 428 Shibuya Scramble, you knew when you were locked and you knew why. Here, I have no idea why we're locked. That's a bit sad. I'm gonna add more ice. Another 428 Shibuya Scramble W. Yeah. Also, I'm back. Sorry. Whew. Not dreams. When the son of Haruo Shigima was kidnapped, a botched investigation by the police resulted in the child's murder. 1 year later, Haruo has hired a private investigator to help resolve the unsettled case. Late at night, while speaking to the detective at her home, something strange suddenly appears. So was it her? Because he was there, right? Ooh, is that a tattoo I see? Yakuza? Ex-Yakuza? Oh. May those who mock fire's fury perish in the flame. In flame. Who mock fire's F, so I don't know what that is. Kill them. Kill them. Did I start at the right place? The flame bearers. Kill them all. So it's somebody that was killed by fire. So anyone who has fire on them dies of fire instead. You can use it to kill those with fire or a fire starting device on their person. Black tar, yada yada, we know the drill. Now, kill. Can you hear it, Curse Bearer? You who so strongly desires the right. Kill them. Do you so strongly desire the right to? Haruo Shigima, 12 a.m. Shigima mentioned reception room. Back with me, ma'am? Can't say I understand what just happened, but it certainly seems to have put you in a good mood. This might be the first time I've ever seen you really smile. Sweet dreams? Yeah, she looks very fine right now. The best she's ever been. Right. No, not dreams. Sounds like something I might want to hear about. Oh no, so that was just a shadow. Let me bring you up to speed. We were in the middle of a chat when you suddenly started spacing out. And the whole time you were grinning to yourself like you just won the lottery. Care to tell me what that was all about? Well, where to start? Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. So the haunting clapper's curse echo appeared out of nowhere, told you how to perform the rite of resurrection, and gave you the curse you'll need to do it. Have I got that right? That's right. So it's all real. Honestly, I still find it hard to believe. But I guess I have to now. I saw that curse stone appear in your hand myself. It looked like it popped clean out of thin air. With evidence that clear, there's no denying that there's some supernatural force at work. I don't think you quite understand. Oh? This isn't about evidence, and it isn't about belief. It's more than that. I know it's real. The moment the curse appeared, I knew everything before it even said a word. I was already there in my head, clear as day. You just knew, huh? It was etched onto my soul, along with the curse echoes resentful memories. So I can feel it, what it was like. Dying like they did hundreds of years ago, wreathed in flame, writhing in, writhing in pain as my flesh blackens and my blood boils. I can feel it, all the agony, all the rage. It fills me with bloodlust. I think I need to kill someone. Anyone will do, just as long as they're carrying fire. I see. That could be a problem. You think so? From what I know of you, I was sure you'd see it as an opportunity. The stronger the desire to resurrect someone, the stronger the urge to kill. That's how it seems to me anyway. Good grief. Talk about a spanner in the works. I say we take stock for a moment. Remind ourselves where we've come from and where we're going. That might be a good idea. That's what you hired me for, ma'am. To look into your son's kidnapping last year. To uncover the truth behind the abduction and murder of Shuichi Shigema. Oh, yes, I remember. They never did find the one who did it. That's what I'm here about today, in fact. Kind of you to let me drop by so late, by the way. I've been turning over every last stone, and I've come up with a grand total of 1 lead. So you said. As far as the police are concerned, it's a cold case, but I've managed to make some headway. I remember. You were just about to tell me. Ooh, the kidnapping. A kidnapping and murder case that took place in Honjo, Sumida, around 1 year ago. Haruo Shigema's son, Shuichi, age 11, was kidnapped on his way home from school, with a ransom being demanded that same evening. Initially, the kidnapping was thought of as a simple extortion scheme, but when it came to light that the Shigema family was closely tied to the police, and Shuichi was in fact the grandson of a senior official. It was quickly assumed that the perp was acting upon a grudge against the police force. The kidnapping was treated as a direct attack against the good name of the police, and a large-scale investigation was launched that used the best equipment available to trace phone calls. This made it all the more embarrassing when they were unable to catch the culprit, losing the public's confidence. The culprit grew cocky, relentlessly mocking the police force. After 3 days of failure after failure, Haruhi reached a breaking point. Spurred by concern for her son, she resolved to hand over the ransom money as fast as possible. But her husband and father, who held the prestige of the police in high regard, refused, saying that they would not let the criminal win by giving in to their demands. The increasingly frantic detective assigned to the case lost his temper when the criminal called to give an ultimatum, causing the culprit to never make contact again. Another week passed, and Shuichi's body was found floating in the Sumida River. It all comes down to the Sumida River. Shuichi's death could be largely ascribed to the police's incompetence, but this was ultimately covered up with stringent media embargoes. The investigation was never closed, but the case has long gone cold. That's terrible. I feel for her. See, to me, she would kill. She would definitely use her curse to kill. You know, we still need to figure out exactly what you want me to do. Tell you what, why don't I tell you what I've found, and then we can make a decision. Alright. I suppose there's not much point going over the kidnapping itself. No, I'm very familiar. Then I'll leave that for the files to cover and just confirm a few things about the case. The police traced the culprit's calls back to, let's see here, Northern Oyoko River, here in Sumida City. That's quite a wide area. That's right. In the end, they never managed to nail down exactly where the calls were coming from. But it was almost certainly the same location that Shuichi was being held captive, since Shuichi's voice could be heard during the killer's voice call. Northern Oyoko River is quite a distance from Shuichi's normal school commute. Factoring in that he was sent at school but went missing before he arrived at his house, it's likely that he was abducted by car on his route home. Maybe, but... Exactly. Shuichi was a clever boy. He never would have gotten into a car with a stranger. That's right. I was very firm about that. I know he understood, too. I never saw him warning the other children. I even saw him warning the other children. It is possible that they forced him into the car. The only issue there weren't any witnesses to the kidnapping. You can't bundle someone into a car with that many students around and not being noticed. But nobody came forward to say they saw anything suspicious. So, did they target him at some other time or somewhere away from his usual route? Both of those seem a little far-fetched. Which raises the question, how did the kidnapper put it off? The police never managed to find an answer. In the end, they decided that the kidnapper must just have gotten lucky. Well, why not turn the problem on its head? The kidnapper managed to convince Shuichi to get into the car. But how? The only thing that makes sense to me is that he knew the kidnapper, is if there were somebody that he would have reason to trust. Right. A teacher, perhaps, or a relative, or somebody else that he knew. But all of the adults Shuichi knew had alibis. The police checked them all thoroughly. They did, huh? No one throws numbers at a problem like the cops. But what if it wasn't someone he knew? Or rather, like somebody cosplaying as his favorite hero? What if the culprit disguised themselves as a police officer? Ooh, not far away from what I said. That would explain why he didn't find them suspicious. The Shigema family has close ties with the police after all. He would have had a reason to trust them. You might be right, but surely that couldn't have. Well, there's a problem with the theory. You'd be surprised how much a police officers stand out. That's sort of the point, after all. They're meant to be a visible deterrent against crime. But here's another interesting little bit of a trivia I happen to know. When you ask people to imagine someone suspicious, nobody pictures women, all children. Even kids who've been warned about stranger danger often subconsciously expect that danger to look like an adult man. Besides, Shuichi was the sort of boy who wanted to be a police officer when he grew up. He must have had a very strong sense of right and wrong. That's right. Wait. Surely you can't mean... Now you're getting it. If, say, a young woman approached Shuichi asking for help, what would he have done? If someone like that said they were lost and asked him for directions, would he have gotten into a car? He might have. My husband always told him that a man had the duty to watch out for women and children. You could certainly argue that kind of attitude is outdated nowadays. But if Shuichi believed it, then we might have something here. Then you think the culprit was a young woman? But it was a man's voice on the phone. She might have been an accomplice, or maybe she didn't even realize she was being used. If anything, that would explain why she hasn't come forward. She herself might not realize she had anything to do with the case. So, the question is, did anybody see Shuichi speaking with a young woman on the day of his disappearance? See, what I said about people's biases, that goes for witnesses too. And I figured that maybe, if I started asking new questions, I might get new answers. So I spent my day asking around Shuichi's school route, seeing if anyone had seen something. And one man thought he had. Do you mean he saw it happen? Well, I can't say that for sure yet. It turned out he wanted something from me, so he asked if we could talk in private. Is it the janitor? Several hours earlier. Is it Shimiya, Shimiya, Shimiya? Alright, this should do. There's no one around. We can speak in confidence. Excuse me, what was your name again? The teacher! Okay. Janauchi. What? Got it. Well, Janauchi, I'm all ears. Just so we're on the same page. You're a private detective investigating Shuichi Shigima's kidnapping. Do I have that right? Of course. What else do I look like? How should I know what a private detective looks like? Ah, forget it. Look, I'll tell you straight. My life is in danger. I need your help. You'll excuse me if that caught me a little off guard. Let me ask you straight. Who is trying to kill you? A student called Michio Shiraishi. Interesting. A schoolgirl, huh? Sounds like you've been naughty. It's nothing like that. That girl, she's a murderer. I'm the only one who knows, but I saw what she did. Michio Shiraishi. I saw her kidnap Shuichi Shigima. Come again? I saw her talk to him on the street and lead him away. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then he went missing. She murdered him, I'm sure of it. Or at least she's got something to do with it. That's what you're here for, isn't it? Then you can't let her get to me. If that's true, you've been sitting on some valuable information. Why didn't you tell anybody? Well, you see, if you can't explain that, I don't have any reason to believe you. I couldn't. She told me she'd kill me if I spoke a word. You're telling me a schoolgirl has had you scared for life? So you've been sitting on that all this time, and you think she's coming for you now that you spilled the beans? Yes, that's it, exactly. I'm begging you, don't let her get to me. Arrest her, I'm telling you, she's a demon. Well, you seem to believe what you're saying. But it just doesn't add up. How could a schoolgirl have a fully grown man so terrified? You don't know what she can do. She'll curse me. Curse you? I'm sorry, but you're losing me here. It's true. Her house, it's... forget it. Why do I even bother? You seem dubious enough to believe me, but I should have known you'd never understand. Enough. I'll find someone else to help me. Hey. Huh. And that's about the long and short of it. I... I can hardly believe it. At the time, I thought his mention of curses was just crazy talk. But I'm starting to see that there might have been more to it. Then, if we can just find that girl. Curse or no curse, if she was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping, then there's a good chance she knows something. On top of that, I did some digging on the man I spoke to. His full name is Kohei Jonochi. He's a teacher at Komagata High School here in Sumida. A teacher? Then this schoolgirl is one of his students? I think that's very likely. At last, we've got a lead. Hopefully, it will be the breakthrough we're looking for. Okay. About the rite of resurrection. The rite of resurrection, huh? I read about that in an occult magazine the other day. Apparently, some old book showed up recently with all the gory details. And they say that this rite can be found somewhere in Honjo. I remember the first time you told me about that. It felt like my prayers had been heard. Like I had hope, real hope, for the first time. Ever since that awful day, I've wondered, what if I hadn't sent him to school? What if I just paid the ransom? Another day goes by when I don't think that if I'd done something differently, Shuichi would still be alive. You can't blame yourself, ma'am. It was the culprit's fault, not yours. Though I know that won't help any. Grief is funny like that. I'm guessing that's why you're after the right? Guess I didn't need to ask. It's written all over your face. I can tell how much he meant to you. But, and this is a big but, if this right is a real deal, using it will mean killing someone and stealing their soul. Is that a problem? If it comes to that, I'm afraid I'll have to stop you. Oh, that's a shame. A shame, huh? That's all? I was summoned by the mention of big butts. Unfortunately, it was all a lie. A big B-U-T. No double T's here. I thought if I'm going to be competing with other curse bearers, then your detective skills might come in useful. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I'm sorry. You realize you're talking about ending someone's life, right? Don't you see any issue with that? I think any parent in my position would happily kill for a chance like this. That's so, is it? Dear, oh dear, what have I gotten myself into? If it makes you so uncomfortable, then you won't have to get any blood on your hands yourself. I don't need you to kill the other curse bearers. I only need you to find them. I won't be party to murder, ma'am. Not even for a client. I'll pay you? I think that would. Hmm. He'd probably feel insulted by this. Let's try anyway. How much can I give you to change your mind? Sorry, ma'am, but not everyone has a price. I've got my policies and I stick to them. I see. I didn't realize you were so stubborn. Let me say, though, it's not like I don't get what you're going through. As long as you're not killing anyone with your own hands, maybe I can help you out. What do you have in mind? Well, how about stealing someone else's curse stone and they're after they filled with soul dregs? If that was all you were after, then I could lend you my services guilt free. If the other curse bearers want to kill each other, that's their business. I'm not trying to be a hero here. I guess there's no guarantee a stolen curse stone will work, but we can work around about that later. We can worry about that later. Well, then I suppose we have a deal. Although, what if I stole a curse stone using my curse? Would you disapprove? That would void our contract, ma'am. Just warning you now. My, before we go any further, why don't you tell me about that curse of yours? The haunting clappers, was it? That's one of the seven mysteries of Honjo, if I remember correctly. That's right. The original story did happen somewhere near here, I think. I'm sure I remember hearing that. In in that case, my money would be on all the curse bearers being somewhere in Honjo. Our first move should be to narrow them down. Some of them are bound to try and come for you first. You will need to be ready. The curse make their bearers more willing to kill, so an attack could come from anywhere. That sounds sensible. And if I remember correctly, your honey clappers can set people on fire, but only if they have a naked flame or a lighter on their person. Is that right? That's right. In olden times, wooden clappers were used to warn people of fire. I'm guessing it punishes those who don't heed the warnings. It seems like a good curse to have. It's simple and straightforward enough to use. Although it's hard to say how it stacks up without knowing what else is on the table. You really think it's that good? The target can do much to throw it off, and it has a nice long activation window. It's big that it works on lighters too. Just slip one into your target's pocket and say that condition were already fulfilled before they even knew you're there. They wouldn't even know what hit them. Maybe I won't have to actually use it. I could just tell someone I could, and they'd have to do what I said. Threats could work, although without any proof, it will come down to how convincing you can be. If only you could use the curse, then back out at the last second. At the last second? What an interesting idea. I have a lighter here, right here. We could try it now. That's an interesting proposition. But maybe not. I'm not crazy enough to make myself a guinea pig. Oh, I see. You're not one, ma'am, if you don't mind me saying. And I don't think it's just a curse. You flatter. As for what we do next, first of all, I think we should stay indoors. Try not to do anything spontaneous or outside of your normal routine. Right then, have you decided what you want me working on? Do we investigate the kidnapping or help with the rights? Oh, she would want to get with the right. Bringing my son back is more important. I want you to help me with the rite of resurrection. Roger that. The right it is. Odds are good that the others, curse bearer, are also working by night. Anyone they kill under the cover of darkness won't be discovered until sunrise. I bet they'll be trying to do as much as they can before morning comes. So, it's settled then. I'll look into the other curse bearers by night. And once the city wakes up and I can start asking questions, I'll investigate the kidnapping as well. I'll even try and find Miss Shiraishi as part of the bargain. Thank you. That's more than enough. My heart is still racing. This is it. My chance. At long last. Yeah. A fax machine. It can send images to other places as long as along the telephone network. I don't really know how it works. Most houses don't have one. I rarely find a use for it. The telephone. This mansion has a private line. An old hanging scroll. I don't know who painted it. It's been hanging here since before I was born. A color TV. Father bought one as soon as it hit the market. He likes to have the latest gadgets. And like the latest models, there is no remote control. We've had it for a long time. Like when it was new, we all gathered around it and marveled at it as a family. But with father and my husband being away so often, it quickly fell into disuse. Well, I'll be damned. Is that what I think it is? Goodness, you made me jump. It's just a silly little sticker my son got from somewhere or other. He put it up just before. Well, you know what happens. I still can't bring myself to take it down. Let me take a closer look. I knew it. It's a head honcho from way back in set number 1. This is a real collector's item. Excuse me? Don't tell me you've never heard of the mockingbirds. The what? They're the hottest new craze. Cute little birds dressed up like rough and tumble delinquents. I've never heard of them, but this has certainly seemed to matter to you. The best part is, nobody knows who made them. They just started showing up around town, and soon enough, they'd won everybody's hearts. The story goes that they are made by some anonymous artist who covertly leaves them behind in specific locations. No one knows when or where they'll show up next. They're basically an urban legend of sorts. To think one would turn up here of all places? This is a good sign, I'm sure of it. Oh, well, that's nice. Ooh. Oh, wow. Wow. Collectibles. Interesting. That is not a mockingbird. That isn't. Now then, I shall get to work. There's only so much time before sunrise. I'll call you if I find out anything new. You stay here and keep a lookout. All right. There's no telling what kind of curses you might find out on the streets tonight. Don't go outside if you can help it, and try to be ready for anything. I will. Well, if that's all, I should be going. Okay. 1 a.m. Still in the same place. It's been almost an hour since Richter left. He promised he'd call me if anything happens, but he hasn't. So all I can do is wait and wait. Newspaper. What's this? A newspaper? It must have fallen off the chair. Read it. I only leave them in here for the guests. I hardly ever read them myself. I don't think I've taken the time to go over one in years, in fact. Well, it's not like I have anything better to do. Society articles, economy, culture, education, television. Let's look at the TV. I don't really watch much TV. It feels as if all the information in the world gets passed through that little black box. But father stopped them from reporting on the kidnapping back when it happened. I was glad about that. Less fuss. Culture. Now that everyone has more spending money to go around, people are coming up with all kinds of new diversions. It seems like only yesterday that people were flocking to the arcades to shoot at aliens. Do you think? I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. She's saying that with more spending money, there's more and more stuff we can spend money on, right? Now we're in the exact opposite. We have less and less money. That's why we have less and less choices to do what we want. We don't have much arcades, if any. I don't know if there's any arcades places in my whole city, and it's not a little one. Cinema, they are becoming rarer and rarer. Before you could get to little cinemas, now it's franchises only. For games, it's only a handful of companies with a resurgence of indie in the last, what, 5 years? But less and less cafes, bullshit restaurants, bowling alleys are dead, stuff like that. If you want to go karting, you need to go to 2 towns over, stuff like that. But now you have these enormous theme parks and gaming machines that plug straight into our televisions. Everyone's talking about superhero series, foreign films, and movies based on the latest bestseller. Back in my day, fusion rock and folk music was all the rage. But now it's all about city pop and idols. I find it hard to care about that sort of thing anymore. Um, Education, have we done it? Everyone attends high school now, even girls. Universal education policy, they call it. The country's gotten rich enough that every child can go to school. Education is the backbone of modern society. If you want to work for a good company, you have to get into a good university. With more people in the running than ever, the competition to get into those universities has gotten fierce, though. The new gen is rebelling. Schoolyard violence and delinquency are on the rise. But my boy was too sensible to get mixed up in any of that. I don't want to read anymore. It will only remind me of him. What is this? The flowers put me at ease. Just a little. Should I put a record on? No, it's too late for that. I'm not in the mood for music anyway. The ticking seems so loud. It just goes to show how quiet it is. There's nothing on at this hour. I see no point in turning it on. I'm waiting for Richter to contact me, but he hasn't. Well? Oh, there is more. I hear the new big thing is some mascot line of delinquent birds. Mockingbirds, I think it's called. I think it's a play on words then. Mocking as in the actual verb, not the species of birds. But it works well because mockingbirds, you expect them to be the species, but there are birds that are mocking because they are delinquents. Was that what Richter was talking about? Trend seems to have such a short shelf life now, with how quickly the times are changing. I think I'm just too old to keep up anymore. She'd die if she saw trends today. It's young people who are leading the way with their modern worldviews. My generation will only fall further behind. All sorts of articles about the current state of the economy. Now that the post-war bloom has passed its peak, we're moving into the era of large corporations. It's about 220 to 230 yen to the dollar. Manufacturing is on the rise and exports are healthy. The dollar's down from its height, and people are saying it could fall further. There's no denying how much the standard of living has improved in the past few years. It's common to own a car and television now, and supermarkets are better stocked than ever. Well, it hurts to read. Although with everyone flocking to the city, land prices are skyrocketing. Nowadays, most people can only dream of ownership. Home ownership. Yeah? Imagine now. The city center is going to be nothing but apartments before long. Hmm. I'm not exactly a businesswoman, so this all feels like another world to me. It looks like the city's biggest problem right now is pollution. I remember how the air and water used to be even more polluted. The river was covered in scum from all the sewage and industrial waste, and it stank so badly it make my eyes water. Eventually, people started getting sick, and it couldn't be ignored anymore. Fortunately, it's gotten better since then, although the air around the industrial district is still filthy with gas and smog. If there's one thing Honjo never wants for, it's horrific crimes. They found a police officer dead in a local park just the other day. A lot of my family are in the police. I hope it wasn't anybody I knew. I don't read the news anymore, not since last year. It brings back bad memories. Now the comedy boom is over. All the comedians. Shit. All the comedians are flocking to other genres. The occult seems really popular at the moment. Look at all these paranormal specials. Suicide at local high school? Oh, I remember that. A high school girl jumped off a roof about a week ago. She was bullied, I think. Or maybe it was something about exam pressure? What? But no, this can't be right. Her name, Michio Shiraishi, from Komagata High School? It can't be. Oh. So the girl that committed suicide, I thought it was the delinquent that was involved in her son's kidnapping, but no. It's the girl um that had some weird problems at home. Michio Shiraishi, the same girl who witnessed my son's kidnapping, committed suicide last week? But that means Mr. Janochi was terrified of someone who already died? Is that what he meant by a curse? I can't work this out on my own. Maybe Richter will know. Why won't he call? Oh, I haven't left it off the hook, have I? I've made sure the receiver is on the hook. It will ring as soon as he calls. Ah, that must be him. Answer. Hello, Shigima residence. Yes. 2 a.m. At the bridge. Richter called me out to meet him, and we came here to Komagata Bridge. Richter, there's something I need to tell you. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. Is there a chicken sticker here? Where sticker? On the lookout for the sticker. The cock sticker. Ooh. Oh, wait, it looks cool. A flamingo. I like it. Pink Punisher. On the lookout for what sticker? Cock sticker. Chicken. Rooster. Rooster. Rooster sticker. Waiting at the intersection. I found the sticker. The flamingo. I'll go first. There's something I need to tell you. What's up? Well, that girl, Michio Shiraishi. The one who was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping? That's her. Well, she's dead. She's what? The student who committed suicide last week. That was her. I heard something like that had happened. Never got the name though. Talk about bad luck. We finally get a lead only to find it's turned into a literal dead end. Unless her death was the whole reason Jonoichi was shaking up. He said she was going to curse him. Was he talking about her taking revenge from beyond the grave? It seems like we're back where we started. Not necessarily. That teacher knows something, I'm sure of it. At the very least, I'd put money on him having something to do with Miss Shiraishi's death. That's why he's so scared of being cursed by her. I see. And also, something tells me he knows more about your son's kidnapping. In any case, I think I've got a good idea of what he's hiding. Call it a hunch. A hunch? Well, more of a theory. Care to take a guess? I can guess? Tiggy can always guess. I can't say for certain, but... Mr. Janoichi silenced Mr. Janouchi. I think it's more like Mr. Janouchi silenced Michio Shiraishi. With blackmail or with murder? Because she has been murdered. But she was being bullied, maybe. He might have killed her. What if Mr. Janoichi silenced Michio Shiraishi with murder? What do you think? I see, so you think Miss Shiraishi's death might not have been a suicide. That would certainly give him a good reason to think she'd hold her grudge. But I'm not sure I buy it. That might be a little far-fetched. Let me try again. I refuse. Do I need to get back the sticker? Sticker. Got my flamingo. I can guess. With blackmail. Exactly my thinking. You and me, same brain. Disregards the first try. Junoichi knew about Miss Shiraishi's connection to the kidnapping, and he used that to blackmail her into doing his bidding. He made her feel so trapped, she took her own life to escape. That's my read on it. How despicable. Well, it's just a theory. A game theory. Right now, I think we need to have another chat with Mr. Junoichi. Please go ahead. Alright then. I've been poking around places connected to the Seven Mysteries looking for curse bearers. And I think I found a new candidate. A few candidates. Yeah, that guy. First, a tall man I ran into in Kinshibori Park. I asked him for directions, trying to probe him a little, but he turned the questions right back around on me. And he was out there the second he figured I wasn't. And he was out of there the second he figured I wasn't what he was looking for. I got the sense curses were nothing new to him. I'm about 40% sure he's a curse bearer. Then, there's this middle-aged guy I saw on South Warigesui Street. There's no question about this one. He had one of the curse stones in his hands. He had a nervous air about him, too. It was clear he was up to some shady business. Gathering soul drags, I bet. He'd make a good target. Next up is a pair, a young man and a woman I saw around Ryogoku Bridge. This time, the man came up to me and asked me flat out if I was a curse bearer. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about, and he backpedaled and left. Looks like they lurk around there. They lurk around there often, looking for kindred spirits, would be my guess. Though it didn't seem like they were quite working as a pair. Gathering soul drags in a group might be a decent idea, if you could make it work. But with things being how they are, it's got to be hard to find folks one can trust. They've got brass though. I don't know what their deal is, but I'd like to find out. Last is two detectives I've seen sniffing around. The police are involved? Not necessarily. A body turned up in a local park a few days ago, so they might just be looking into that. Still, the park's got ties to one of the Seven Mysteries. Maybe it was a curse that did the guy in. And if they're sending in detectives from the head office, then something's got to be up. How do you know where they're from? Let's just say that when you're in this business, there are some faces you get to know. Anyway, that's everyone who's caught my eye. You found all of them in so little time? I really did hire the best. It's all in the name, ma'am. Richter Kai, PI. No, wait. Maybe that Richter Kai, investigator ordinaire. Why? An investigator extraordinaire? Is that why you can dress like that without drawing attention to yourself? You bet. An investigator extraordinaire can blend in like a chameleon in any outfit. Well, that aside, the middle-aged man and the young couple sound the most promising, am I right? Whichever we pick, it's still too early to make a move. It seems like the curse bearers are less involved with each other than we thought. Plus, there are still others we don't know about. I say we hang fire and see how things play out. Once more bodies start showing up, that will get the pot nice and hot. And once it's boiling, our chance will come. Didn't you want to tell me something? I've already said everything I wanted to say. Sitting around is the last thing I want to be doing right now. This is my only chance to bring back my son. I can't afford to fritter it away. Right? We are on Kumagata Bridge, over the Sumida River. There's a highway on one side and a freeway on the other, but they're both deserted this late at night. Okay. The Sumida River. The weather is filthy and horrid, but at night, when it's still, it looks almost peaceful. Can I ask you something, ma'am? Is the Sumida River what you Honjo folks picture when you think of home? I couldn't say. All I can tell you is that I can hardly stand the sight of it. Right. Should I have guessed? This was where they found him after he went missing. All alone, floating in that horrible water. All I can think is how scared he must have been, how cold he must have been. What did he ever do to deserve something so awful? I've come here every day since then, and I prayed to the river to give him back, to give me back my son. Day after day after day. You know, in olden times, people believed the river marked where our worlds met the next. So the act of crossing flowing water had a huge amount of spiritual significance. Back when Edo was founded, the people of Chuo saw the Sumida River the same way. They associated the far side of the river with the afterlife. That same place would later become Honjo. All their fear and revulsions accumulated there and took root. But then the Ryogoku Bridge sprang up after the Great Fire of Meiriki, and just like that, Honjo was part of the city too. And as it turned from farmlands into a town, the people surrounded it with man-made rivers and crisscrossed it with canals and waterways. Weren't those to prevent flooding? That's what I was told. They were, but that is not all they were for. Their other purpose was to contain all the corruption that had built up on the far shore, and stop it leaking through our side of the Great Divide. Officially, they were a physical barrier, but unofficially, they were a spiritual one too. So, if I have this right, are you saying that Honjo is a place where the real world meets the afterlife? Exactly. That's why the rite of resurrection is here, rather than anywhere else. I'm sure of it. And it's probably why the 7 mysteries and their curses have survived to the modern day. And I guess that would make this spot we're standing now, right over the water, the border between life and death. If there ever was a place where bringing back the dead might be possible, I reckon it's here. It's funny that you mentioned praying to the river. That might have done more than you think. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Just thinking out loud, man. Well, it's a nice thought. Oh, that's right. There's one more memory I have of this river. Do you mind if I tell you? Go ahead. It must have been about 20 years now, when I was still a schoolgirl. Back then, the Sumida River was much filthier than it is now. It was full of garbage and industrial discharge. It was scummy and slimy, and it stank. You could look out over the water and see dead cats and dogs and pigeons just floating. And one day, among all the filth and garbage, there was a piece of my missing classmate's hand. She was classmates with the one of the victims of the guy that our investigator arrested. Okay, what? It was almost a miracle when you stop to think about it. What were the chances that someone would find a part of her that was still recognizable? And that although everything but the palm had rotted away in the water, that part was left would have an identifiable scar, and that they could tell it'd been murder from the blade marks on the bone. Wait, are you talking about the Nejima murders? So you have heard of it. I'm impressed. I assume you were but an elementary schooler at the time? I wasn't really aware of it then. I only heard about it after the fact. I had no idea the victim was a classmate of yours. Ooh. To be honest, it was all a bit of a blur. A wave of chaos just parting around me. Something like that. They said the rest of her body must have sunk to the bottom of the river. They combed the riverbed, but they only ever found pieces. Everything else must have rotted or flowed out to the sea. Afterwards, I heard that all the divers who had been looking for her fell ill. A sorry story for everyone involved, huh? It's funny. Everyone figures the river's filthy already. So one more piece of garbage won't hurt. But every little bit makes it worse. It's a vicious cycle. I know I wouldn't want to go rooting around down there myself. That's right. Which is why the riverbed is the last place anybody would go looking. Or so was the killer's thinking, I suppose. The times were changing quickly back then. Things were confusing. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Young people were moving to Tokyo in droves. Some even ran away from home to make it in the big city. And they made it easy target for bad people. A lot of them ended up disappearing without a trace. You see, back then, if you chopped a body up into tiny pieces and threw it in the river, it would rot quickly and discreetly, and sink to the bottom, never to be seen again. Are you saying what I think you're saying? They arrested him shortly after, Fumichika Nejima, the man who killed my classmate and cut her into pieces. He was so methodical about it, it couldn't have been his first crime. And people began to wonder how many other girls he'd murdered the same way. The police never found any evidence of other murders in the end. But the river knows the truth. How many corpses has it swallowed up over the years, I wonder? That same thought spread through everyone's mind, and they started to avoid this area. So, really, this river has been rank with corruption for decades now. Or at least, that's how it seems to me. Well, was that interesting? Well, I can see why you don't have any good memories of this river. With all the darkness lurking beneath the surface, there's no reason that you would. Still, if I may, ma'am, I'm surprised you know so much about the Nejima murders. But how could I not? After all, I was the one who found the hand. The police actually wrote me a thank you letter. They said it was only thanks to me that they managed to bring Nejima to justice. That was the only time my father ever said he was proud of me. Huh. I guess it just wasn't the killer's day. Sometimes, I wonder if he resents me for it. Is something wrong? Not really. It just struck me. It's been 20 years since the Nejima murders. So it has. Not to spook you or anything, but I thought you might be interested in knowing. Life in prison doesn't always mean life. There is precedent for first-time offenders being allowed out on parole after 20 years. Don't tell me he's out. Don't tell me Nejima is out right now. Only if they're found to show remorse and the desire to reform themselves, of course. That's right. I'm impressed you know so much. Still, it's hard for someone with a criminal record to reintegrate into society. I hear they've been trying to fix that recently, matching inmates with jobs and accommodations. Oh, really? They keep an eye on them, of course, and make them report in regular checkups. But to avoid discrimination, they keep the inmates' records a secret from everyone but their employers. They even give particularly notorious criminals new identities so they won't be recognized in the workplace. My. The way you put it, it's like you're saying Fumichika Nejima could be out on parole right now. Back in society under a new name with nobody any wiser. It's possible. As it happens, a little birdie told me about a big name making parole a few months back. I don't know if that was Nejima, but our discussion just now did bring it to mind. I see. How unsettling. Now that you mention it, I just remembered something too. What was it? I was passing Komagata High School a little while ago when I saw someone. Don't tell me it's the janitor. Don't tell me Mio was cut into pieces in that hallway. What if the janitor is Nejima? That would be horrible. A janitor, I think. And I could have sworn he reminded me of Fumichika Nejima. Oh? He looked a little different after 20 years. Much thinner than I remembered too. I told myself I was just seeing things. But perhaps... There's no way they reintegrated a serial killer who killed a young woman, especially a high school girl, into a high school. Perhaps it was him after all. So, what next? The big question is now what the rest of the curse bearers are up to. Luckily, the Sumida River is a good distance from any of the 7 mysteries. It's unlikely the other curse bearers will come all the way here. I can finally have a moment to think. I see. Alright. Excuse me? Hmm? Oh, don't make me look behind me. Oh, you're the woman with, the arrogant guy. Where did she come from? It's like she appeared out of nowhere. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm terribly sorry if I'd gotten the wrong people, but would you happen to be curse bearers? Curse bearer? What's that then? It means someone who's gathering souls for the rite of resurrection. You have heard of the rite of resurrection, haven't you? Everybody's talking about it. Color me intrigued. Care to tell me more, miss? What was your name again? Oh, silly me. I am a Tono. University student? University is college, right? What if she is the detective's, daughter? There's more to the rite of resurrection than meets the eye, you see. So the best way to collect soul dregs is to kill other curse bearers. And that's about the size of it. I hope it wasn't too much to follow. No, I think I got the gist. Funny old world we live in, huh? So, are you saying you're one of those curse bearers? No, well, not quite. It's complicated. I'm not, but Yutaro is. Yutaro? Is that your boyfriend? Oh heavens no, just a friend. His full name is Yutaro Namigaki. We're, I suppose you could say, partners in crime. Funny way of putting it. So where is Yutaro now? Well, about that, he's not actually a curse bearer anymore. He's more like a former curse bearer. Former? How so? I don't really know the details myself, but apparently he lost his curse stone. Typical, right? He makes such a show of being a top student, only to flunk when it counts. Where it counts. Time to change my eyes. I'm back. I made some more ice cubes. So now I'm out here looking for curse bearers myself. If you want something done right, you better do it yourself. He lost it? How did he do that? I wasn't with him at the time, so I don't know exactly what happened. All I know is that he came back saying he didn't have it anymore. Although, well, it's strange that you'd probe into that of all things. I'm just a curious sort, that's all. Sorry if it's a touchy subject. Oh, I don't mind. I don't particularly care about keeping it a secret. She's so suspicious. So anyway, mind if I ask you why you thought I was a curse bearer? Oh, that. I'm terribly sorry. I was so rude. I saw the two of you late at night, and I suppose I made assumptions. Gotcha. Sorry if I gave you the wrong idea. Out of interest, what was your plan if we did turn out to be curse bearers? Great question. And the answer is, I was going to ask you very nicely for your curse stones. And you thought we'd have given them to you? Just like that? Well, maybe not, but you know what they say, you never know until you ask. You must really love your boyfriend if you're willing to try something that risky. Oh goodness, no, we're just friends. My life doesn't revolve around him, you know? Well, you aren't curse bearer, so I'm just bothering you, aren't I? Please ignore me. So, what are you trying to do with this rite of resurrection? Well, Yutaro has his own plan all laid out. I don't know if I can get behind it, though. It seems... how do I put it? Self-centered? I mean, if you got a chance to resurrect the dead, it would be a waste not to use it on someone that really matters, right? So I was planning to steal his curse stone at the last second and use it for myself. Well, until he lost it anyway. Oh, but don't tell Yutaro I was going to do that, okay? I don't think he'd be very happy to hear it.
Of course, keeping secret is my business.
My, aren't you dashing?
Sounds like you really have your heart set on this, right? What were you hoping to use it on?
Do you promise you won't laugh?
Cross my heart.
Well then, let me tell you my master plan. Prepare to be amazed. Ahem. I'm an art student, you see. Woodblock prints are my specialty. Ukiyo-e in particular.
Ukiyo-e, huh? You must be a cultured lady.
Really? Do you think so? Everybody says it's strange interest for a girl to have. You know, people often think of ukiyo-e as some inaccessible high-class art form. But that's actually not totally untrue. Back in the Edo period, it was the art for the masses, amusement for the common people. So when you think about it, we feel exactly the same thrills from every brushstroke as they did back then. Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, I guess.
And as far as I'm concerned, the undisputed king of ukiyo-e is the one and only Hokusai. Have you heard of him?
Sure I have. He's famous. Didn't he live somewhere around here back in the Edo period?
That's right, you're just as knowledgeable as you look. His 36 views of Mount Fuji are so iconic, they're the only works of his most people know. But Hokusai was so much more than just mountains and waves. That's only the teeny tiny tip of a veritable iceberg of work.
I've gotta admit I only really know him from this landscape myself.
Oh, don't worry about it, anyone can learn. When Hokusai died at the age of 90, he left behind over 30,000 drawings. That's multiple drawings a day for 80 years. Amazing, right?
So he kept on drawing right up to his old age, huh? Impressive.
But even in his final years, he was never satisfied with his own work. His dying words were, "Should heaven afford me but 5 more years, I shall finally become a true artist." Even on his deathbed, he still thought he had more to learn. He was already the greatest painter and artist of his era. Who knows what he could have done with more time? Well, that's what I want to find out.
Hold on, are you saying...
Besides, he always said he wanted to move out of the 100 houses. But he only made it to 93. Isn't that just tragic?
Oh, no. Nuh-uh. No way this is going where I think it's going.
Imagine the masterpieces he could create with modern techniques. I feel a little dizzy just thinking about it.
You've gotta be kidding me. So, if I understand correctly, you want to use a rite of resurrection to...
That's right, I want to bring Hokusai back to life.
Oh, well, that's certainly a novel idea.
That's what she'd use it on? What a waste. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you gave that option to some people, they would bring Van Gogh back to life. Or Da Vinci, you know? Oh gosh, is it that time? I should be going. I need to get my hands on a curse bearer before daybreak. Sorry for flagging you down out of the blue like that. Best of luck.
Well, there goes trouble. If we're going after curse stones, we should keep an eye on her. 2 if we can.
Why do you say that?
Before she left, she wished us best of luck. She's got at least an inkling that we're curse bearers.
My.
There's a good chance we'll clash sooner or later. We're after the same thing after all. You head on back to the mansion, ma'am. I think I'll tell her for a while. But now we know that the janitor could be a serial killer. Maybe we can save Mio. 3 a.m. Shigema Mansion. Back home. Back here again. I left her store to continue looking for curse bearers and came home alone. Sticker! Ostrich! Oh, is that a seat? It is a seat. And you have the honk for traffic. And they're protected. Nice! Probably missed a whole bunch. Will this really be enough to get her the soul tracks I need? What if nobody uses any more curses? I'll lose my chance to bring him back. The old Shigima mansion. We rebuilt it here after the Great Kanto earthquake. It's always stayed the same all these years. Even the war didn't touch it. I never liked it growing up. I always wanted to live somewhere more modern. I can hear the wind rustling in the trees. Go inside or wait here? Let's go inside. It's cold out. Oh? What if I wait then? Oh, okay. Let's go back here then. Restart. Ah. Go home alone without checking on Mio? Go home alone. She did tell us to go home alone, and I think this one wasn't here before. Oh, right. Mr. Gennarchi was actually looking for you inside the main building. What's that? He's here right now. What is he thinking? I don't know. He was in class 3B on the second floor just a bit ago. Well, I suppose that means I can be looking up yet. Second floor, you said? I'll go back. I'll go back to take. I'll go take a peek. Be back in a jiff. My house is really close by. I'll be fine on my own, really. That's so? Ah, the snack shop, right? Suppose you'll be fine then. Be careful now, you hear? Stay on the big, well-lit street. If something happens, shout fire. Okay, you worry too much. Well, we wouldn't want to be losing any more students. Though I imagine you'd know that better than anyone. Yes, you're right. Ooh. Progress. Front gate. That's where we're supposed to meet Shogo. But apparently he doesn't exist. Mia's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. So is it just canon that she dies? Oh, maybe we sent him to another classroom and she had time to escape. the curse. Because maybe she's so gifted, the curse was not a problem, but it was the janitor that was an issue, because he's a serial killer. Huh? There's someone coming down the road. Oh, the historian. That's... Oh no, a teacher. It's Mr. Araishi. He looks on edge. I wonder what he's doing. Wait, he's the one who discovered the rite of resurrection. It would not be strange for him to be involved with the curses. I wonder if he has a curse stone. What do I do? But it's way past the 10 minutes Mio said she'd be here by. I managed to escape. I can't let that go to waste. I need to get out of here before anyone sees me. A very reasonable answer. 2 a.m. again, but probably not the same place. Her home. Nice. What about Mio though? Is she okay? Also, the janitor knows where we live. That's not good. I'm home. Thank goodness. I don't think the walk has ever felt so long. Nobody will be able to use the curse once it's light outside. I need to go look for Mio as soon as it's morning. But for now, I need some rest. Ooh. That was her chapter 1, all of this. A threatening phone call. Tetsuo Tsutsumi, 4 a.m. Road. Just road, okay. Is this new? It is. It just appeared. Well, with this, we'll have visited every place connected to the 7 mysteries. This is the last spot, huh? And we got nothing to show for it. Even though every last location looked suspect from top to bottom. Maybe we came at the wrong time. There might not have been any curse bearers around. Sounds like we'll need to do another round before money comes then. Or maybe... someone's been observing our movements. What? No way. It's just a thought. Either way, we should check out this last place. Let's hope we finally get a lead. And stickers. You can't tell me there's stuff to find in the landscape and expect me not to look at every nook and cranny. Kinchi Body Park. Oh, he found us. Hi, me. From another timeline. Whoa. What the hell is this? Is he dead? Damn it, we're too late. Was this a curse too? Hang on, I'm gonna call this in. I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna take a look around. His partner is so breathable. My god. Boss, bad news. What is it? Another mysterious death was reported in the area just now. The medical unit and forensic team are on their way, but it will be a while before they arrive. I mean, look at him. Oh, that is bad news. So they got someone else. You think this is the work of a curse bearer? With suspicious death popping up one after the other, we have to assume it. Shit, guess we'll be stuck waiting around for a while. Stickers? Huh? Boss, that phone is ringing. That's so scary. Wait. I mean, he looks great, but I'm stuck on breathable. Because he looks submissive and breathable. You know, when the payphone is ringing right now, can you hear it at all? No. No. I can barely hear it myself, so I can't imagine you. I don't want to look. Stickers! Let me search for stickers. Any stickers? There is no painful in Basing say. Oh, he scared me. I forgot about him. Stickers. Great. Answer. Too curious. Well, we better go check it out. You're right, but be careful. It could be a curse. Hey. Hey, I said we. You expect me to go alone? You're the one who's tough against this stuff. Don't worry, boss. You can do it. Go on now. Damn it. He's like a bratty sub of a partner. Hello? Kinshibori Park phone booth. Phone booth. I feel like you lowered the volume on that one. They are all like to max. Evening, Detective Tsutsumi. How are things looking out there? Who is this? I finally got him! The real deal! Detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi himself! Ah, wait. That's Chief Inspector Tsutsumi now, isn't it? You've come a long way since we last met. I ask you to identify yourself. It's Nejima, isn't it? Man, have you forgotten already? After all the time we spent together. What a time that was. As I recall, I gave you quite a runaround. Wait. Is this? Think maybe Blue Lobster is just louder. Don't Blue Lobster me. Fumichika Nejima? What? Did you just say Fumichika Nejima? Like the one from the Nejima murders? Ding ding ding! You got it. I had a feeling that the great Chief Tsutsumi would remember me. I spent 20 long years in a cell thanks to you. That shit was not easy. You should be thanking me. Should have given you plenty of time to think on your own for your sins. That it did. I've repented. My conscience is clean as a whistle. Bullshit. 20 years in prison doesn't even begin to make up for the shit you did. I don't know about that. After all, the justice system was gracious enough to grant me parole. What? Is this a real Fumichika Nejima? He must still have a grudge against me for arresting him. So, is this payback? Damn it. What is your goal? We don't care about how. What is your goal? Now, you gotta understand. I've repented, seen the light. I've been a good boy since I was granted parole. I've even got myself a job. I've been real serious about walking the right path. Well, that's very nice. Keep it up. But it was no good. When the opportunity arose, it was impossible to hold myself back. I knew I had to give you a little token of thanks, or I'd never truly be able to have a fresh start. Do you get what I'm saying? No, thanks. I don't need anything. You need to do all that for me. No need to do all that for me. Just try to live a quiet life. Oh, it's no hassle. No hassle at all. It would be all too easy to just kill you, to tear you apart. But that wouldn't be very satisfying. Certainly not after 20 fucking years of waiting. That's a long time to nurture a grudge. You fucking bet it is. I let it eat at me, grow inside of me. I thought of nothing else. All that time I played model prisoner, endured the harassment those asshole guards threw at me. And I did it all for you, Tsutsumi. So please, just accept my deepest and most sincere feelings. Sorry, but I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you. Shut the fuck up. That attitude of yours is why I'm saving you for last. What are you planning? Whatever it is, bring it on. I'm not running away. I just told you I'm not coming for you yet. Pay attention when people talk, shithead. You see, this time I want to see you on your knees, weeping in despair, begging me for mercy. Wow. That might not be a grudge that he's harboring. I'm just a conjecture. I don't think he wants you to suffer the way you think. Oh no, I'm so sorry, dear Nejima. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Shut the fuck up. This is exactly why I've always hated you so fucking much. It was worth a shot. Did you really think that would say to me, asshole? Must be crazy. Well, then we're both crazy. We've got so much in common, we should be friends. Enjoy cracking your jokes while you still can. I'm going to kill everyone you care about, one by one, till there's no one left. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't have anyone like that in my life. Boss? What about me? Or, wait, are you just trying to protect me? There's not a single person you care about? I wonder what your sweet daughter would think if she were to hear that. Don't you fucking dare, I'm warning you. Oh, very nice. This is more like it. She's living all of her own, isn't she? Attending university and all. Such a good girl. Oh my. Don't tell me that she just happens to live in Honjo. Oh, what? She does? That's the girl we just saw, isn't it? No, forget it. This isn't funny, asshole. I'm going to find you and make you pay. Ah, I love it. Keep going. I want to hear you lose your mind. It's music to my ears. Oh, fuck you. How did you find me? How do you know where I am? That's my favorite part. The sound of confusion in your voice. It's to die for. This is delicious. I can't get enough. I'm not telling you shit. Have fun racking your tiny little brain for it. I look forward to chopping up your precious daughter. It will just be like old times. I won't let that happen. I guess I could give you a little hint. Go on. Well, you see, I have the one-sided read. Tsutsumi, you have the Evergreen Beach, no? Nejima, you're a curse bearer? You're using the power of the curse? Indeed, and what a peculiar curse it is. But that's where my hints end. God damn it, the curse echo couldn't have fallen into worse hands. Ah, one more thing we should discuss. In fact, it's the most important thing. I thought you were finally going to shut up. I'm already sick of you, so I'll pass. Oh, but you don't want to miss this. It's the main course. I could just go after your daughter, but something tells me you'd get bored. No, I'm good. You got me real fired up. You're in my head, well done. But this is a gift tailor-made for you. I'm going to kill all the people you swore to protect. Every last person living here. You couldn't. Oh, but with this curse of mine, I can. I'll give you until dusk. By then, I could probably get a couple 100 people or so. And it will all be your fault. Oh, it must be so hard to know they all die because of you. So tragic, it must be tearing you apart. Don't fuck with me, there's no way an amateur like you could pull off a curse that strong. Unfortunately for you, I absolutely can. My curse stone is a particularly strong one. Which means I can have my fun without needing to hold back one bit. It's almost like the Feast of Shadows was cast just for me. You're surprisingly well informed about this. Who was it that tipped you off? Who knows? Then how about I kill myself first and ruin all your fun? What about that, asshole? Idiots, you think I'd call it off just because you were dead? There's no running away from you. There is no running away for you. Ah, I'll find you. I won't let you get away with this, Nijima. You've got 12 hours. Do you really think your paltry little organization will be able to make a dent in my plans? Oh, the sacrifices made will be heavy. I can't wait to see you sobbing with regrets. And I'll even have enough soul tracks to pull off the rite of resurrection. How splendid. Wait, Nijima, you're after the... Anyway, see you around. Bye-bye now. I like when they're crazy, they're fun to voice. Cringe, probably, but fun. Boss. Ario, did you catch all that? Nejima, what is he planning? Who knows? For now, we need to find him and get him into custody. Send word to HQ. But the fact that the 7 mysteries are wrapped up in this is gonna make things tricky. You mean with Nejima being curse bearer? Just all luck, really. Couldn't have been a worse guy. Sounds like his curse will be able to kill a lot of people at once. I'd like to avoid getting our investigator caught up in this crossfire. We'll use them to find out where he is, but then we're going in alone. We shall try to collect as many curse stones as we can before then. Let's hurry. Aye aye, boss. Later, it was reported that a total of 3 suspicious deaths were discovered that night. Nejima's threats, along with the curses, were kept secret from the general public. However, the Honjo serial killings still made international headlines following the death of police officer Hajime Yoshimi. At Tsumi's request, a large-scale investigation was launched into Fumichika Nejima's whereabouts. Tsumi and Ario themselves spent the rest of the night looking for curse bearers in the area, but their search ended in vain. And with that, the curtain closed on that cursed night. 12 hours to sunset. The music was cool. Ooh, it continues for him and for her. Oh, she seems to still be here. She's still alive. At least maybe. Sorting things out. Tetsuo Tsutsumi, 9 a.m. It's the first time we get into the day. Sorry for the wait, boss, but I managed to gather some info. Took you long enough? Stickers! Stickers! Any stickers? It would be hard to find some here. Things at the station were pretty hectic, but I managed to get some info. Let me fill you in. Thanks. The floor is yours. The serial killings. A total of 3 mysterious deaths were confirmed in the area, including the one in this park. So we managed to save the girl at the beginning, the one that was into the occult, right? So that's not her. That's Shogo, the previous protagonist, right? Who else died? That we know for sure. Well, does the police officer count? I don't think so. Who could it be? So let's start with that one, the young man we found here. He's been identified as Shoko Okie, 25 years old, a regular old office worker who worked around here. He died of asphyxiation due to water in the lungs. He drowned. He drowned? In the middle of the park? That's not possible. It gotta be a curse we're dealing with here. About that, boss, isn't this park associated with one of those 7 mysteries too? the Whispering Canal. That's right, the Whispering Canal. It does seem like there'd be a link between a canal and death by drowning, don't you think? Sharp thinking, Ario. You're starting to get the hang of this. So let's assume they're related. What's next? Before that, the body of a woman was found behind a residential complex in Kamezawa. The victim has been identified as Tawako Hayashi, 29 years old. She was an office worker who lived on her own in the area. I don't think we know her, do we? Tawako Tawako Hayashi. Tawako Hayashi, Tawako Hayashi. Nope, we don't know. As for the cause of death, well, yes. The entirety of her body was crushed by some kind of strong external force. So that's probably the foot mansion. Something like that. The feet mansion. No murder weapon was discovered in the area, but considering the way she was found, we're looking for something large, flat, and heavy that could have crushed her in one fell swoop. Hang on, are you saying she was stepped on? Meaning the foot washing mansion? Exactly, crushing is the foot washing mansion's modus operandi. The place the body was discovered is also known to be related to the Seven Mysteries. So he did kill somebody. Then this is Namigaki's doing? Shit, I knew he'd used it. Judging by the amount of soul dregs, the victim was just a regular person, not a curse bearer. Guess we should report this to Paranormal Affairs. Got it. And as for the third victim, he was identified as Kohei Jonochi, 32, a teacher at Komagata High. He was found in the school's courtyard. The teacher? The teacher that was scared of being cursed by the student that committed suicide. But that's Nijiman, no? Cause of death appears to be external trauma from a fall or a heavy blow. The impact crushed his arms and legs. Since he was found in the middle of courtyard, he couldn't have fallen from the gymnasium or the main building. Legs and arms. Do we not have her police report? Like autopsy? Oh, we are missing a curse. Okay. A teacher dying at school? And not just any school. Komagata House is one of the Seven Mysteries. That was the Fool's Procession, right? Right, it's where the Fool's Procession is supposed to be. It's too big of a coincidence. I didn't use it on him. We can't rule out the possibility that this death was also the work of a curse. I see. Either way, it seems all three victims can be tied to the Seven Mysteries. There's probably a curse bearer at the center of it all, pulling the strings. But you've got a point. All these strange deaths do point in one direction. That's right, and Hajime's case wasn't all that different either. He also died of mysterious causes in a place connected to the Seven Mysteries. Problem is that the timing doesn't match up. He died before the curses were activated. They're not activated, they're just more prone to happen in normal people. That means somebody already had that ability before and didn't need the Fist of Shadow. Feast of Shadow. Could he have been hit by a different curse? One that didn't have anything to do with the 7 mysteries? That's a thought. But if that were the case, we'd be dealing with a powerful practitioner. One who could pull off a curse like that without using a curse stone. There aren't many people in this day and age who could do something like that. Oh, really? I see. I don't know too much about that stuff. I'd be more surprised if you did. Well, looking at this death, it seems like many of the curse bearers acted last night. But we can't rule out that there were more killings from which the bodies haven't been found. Yikes, I hadn't thought of that. But there is one silver lining. Judging by my own curse stone, it seems that the curses can't be activated while the sun is out. Oh, that's great news. So basically we're safe during the daytime. Exactly. It's also likely why Nejima gave us till dusk. He must have known the curse stones couldn't be used during the day. Either way, we got till nightfall to settle this. It's time we flushed out the other curse bearers. Aye, boss. Let's do this. The curse bearers. At the moment, we only know the identity of 4 curse bearers, you included. Yutaro Namigaki had the foot-washing mansion, and Hideki Araishi had the ever-burning lantern. We've got both of their curse stones. And then there's Nejima, who claims he has the one-sided reed. Yeah, that about sums it up. Ooh. That's nice to have. We'd better figure out who the remaining 5 are quick. How should we go about looking for them? There is no point in searching blindly without a lead. Let's focus on other things for now. Tracking down Nejima may lead us to the other curse bearers too. Either way, he should be our top priority. He could do some real damage if we don't get him. I also want to look a little more into Yoshimi. I've got a feeling there's some connection there. Back time for this creature way past. Good night, Misty. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you enjoyed the little bit you could see. See you next time. I wish you the best of nights. Good dreams. Aye, boss. Sounds like we got our work cut out for us. Hajime Yoshimi. I asked around Sumida's Community Safety Bureau, where Yoshimi was stationed. It seemed like he was investigating the apparent suicide of a girl named Michio Shiraishi. Ah, yeah, I heard about that. He was trying to determine whether it really was a suicide, looking into the height of the building, the force of the impact, her wounds, all that. He must have suspected some kind of foul play, because he ordered a full investigation. But it had already been deemed a suicide, and his superiors told him not to go stirring things up. Huh. What was the evidence? Well, according to the report I found on his desk last night, the body was found at the foot of a building, a ways away from the road. There was no evidence of vehicle collision, so it was ruled a suicide. But he thought there was more to it. Yes, a truck or other flat-faced vehicle traveling at high speed could have inflicted similar damage. In other words, sometimes a traffic accident can look an awful lot like a fall. So there is a chance that it wasn't a suicide. But what a terrible way to go. There were no brake marks on the road, meaning it would have been a hit and run. The vehicle would have hit her without slowing down at all. This is turning into quite a grisly case. But the vehicle couldn't have come out from a collision like that unscathed. Exactly, so I asked the traffic bureau to keep an eye out for any vehicle with frontal damage. But I haven't heard back from them yet. I don't think they're looking very hard. So we've got no proof. That said, if it was a traffic accident rather than a suicide, it's possible that someone silenced Yoshimi because she was on the verge of discovering the truth. That's true. You think the driver is the one who did him in? Not quite. Yoshimi had already talked to forensics and the traffic bureau, right? His death wouldn't have covered things up. You're right on that. Even if the suicide was a cover-up for a hit and run, it doesn't seem like enough reason to kill a cop. Oh, that's right. Unrelated, but I got something else too. I managed to get a hold of Michio Shiraishi's address. Yoshimi went there a bunch over the course of his investigation. Might be a good idea for us to drop by too. Good thinking. Hopefully that will give us some more leads. Alright, let's move on to the next topic. Remember the girl Yoshimi met with the day he died? One Hitomi Okuda? Community safety didn't have any contact info for her on hand. Not even an address? Well, they had her parents' information. Then when I called, they said they hadn't heard from her in a month. Lots of family issues from the sound of it. They even said they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. That said, she still goes to school once in a while, so we might be able to find her there. Not sure if we really have the time for a stakeout right now. But she could be a key witness. Can't we have community safety track her down for us? We can ask, but it might be tricky to get it done today. For starters, Komagata High School is closed today. Ah, because of the teacher that died? That's right. Alright, but if it's not something we can do today, we may have to forget about it. Let's move on then. I got some info about Yoshimi's fiancée from community safety. Her name is Mayushi Chozawa, 27 years old. She works as a beautician in the area. Look, I even managed to get a picture of her. She sure is a beauty. But... oh boy, here he comes. But what? Community safety hasn't been able to contact her since Yoshimi died. Not by phone or at her house. In other words, no response. Dead silence. There it is. Can't things just be easy for once? Ooh! She is pretty. Love the hair. It's definitely starting to look suspect. A crime of passion, perhaps? It is fairly common for people to be killed by a lover or a spouse. But Yoshimi was well liked, and they'd been together for over 10 years. You never know. Things could be different behind closed doors. I guess so. But we'll have to consider the opposite scenario too. It could be that the same person who was out for Yoshimi is after his fiancé as well. She could be in danger. You're right. Either way, she's important to the case. HQ already has people looking for her. We'll know as soon as she's found. HQ has mobilized a search unit for Nejima, but so far we haven't received any words. Guessing he wasn't at home or at work. About that, apparently he vacated his last known address a week ago. You serious? So we have no idea where he lives? It gets worse. I checked in with the factory he was working at. Factory. They told me he was only there for a month before he quit. So he could be working at the school. Hold on a second. You're telling me nobody caught that? Well, I had the same thought, so I spoke to his probation officer. Turns out he'd been doing house visits and interviews, but never bothered checking on his workplace. He also said he'd lost track of Nejima when he moved to a new place. Jeez, that's just sloppy. I've heard that they're giving parole to just about anyone these days because they're running out of room in the prisons. Which also means there aren't enough probation officers to go around. Dude's probably overworked. So Nejima got to fuck about unsupervised? God damn it. That asshole is annoyingly good at faking remorse. Or insanity. Whatever the situation calls for. Back when I arrested him all those years ago, just talking to him left a bad taste in my mouth. He's probably hiding under a false name, which will make it hard to track him down. That would explain why he so brazenly made contact. That asshole. He's mocking us. Well, for now, the paperwork to circulate his name and mugshot is being filed. That's gonna take way too long. We only have until dusk. Do you think he might have killed the professor to make sure that the school would be closed for that day so he could be out and about completely freely because he wouldn't be at work? And it wouldn't be weird so the police couldn't track him down from where somebody could have missed work that specific day. Speaking of Nejima. Yeah? Did you manage to reach your daughter? It'd be best to put her into protective custody as soon as possible. Not yet. I can't reach her. They called, but she's not picking up. Wasn't home when they went to the house either. That's not good. Does that mean she never came home? And why weren't you the one trying to reach her? Shut up. I don't have her contact info, alright? Damn, she really doesn't trust you, huh? Either way, I told her mother that it was an emergency and that we'd send an officer to try to find her and get her to safety. She was real reluctant, but I got her to agree. I guess that explains why you got divorced. But if you, her former father, can find her, how the hell did Najima do it? Former, huh? That cuts deep. Yeah, sorry, I just kinda slipped out. Anyway, I suspect it has something to do with his curse echo. Back on topic already, huh? He said his curse could kill a lot of people in a short time. It may even allow him to act from a distance. I see. The one-sided read. What was that story about again? Something about a man stalking a woman who goes insane and chops her up. Ah, right. One of the more gruesome of the 7 mysteries. As for Nejima's whereabouts, all we can do is throw more people at it until we find something. I'll check in with HQ frequently to see if they've got any updates. And that's about it. Shall we continue our investigation? We can go to Komagata High School to look into Hitomi Okuda, or to Michio Shiraishi's house to find out more about her. There's a lot we need to do, but not a lot we can do. This ain't looking good. We're gonna run out of time if we don't do something. Gotta keep moving. Oh. Oh. So we can advance, what was her name? Yako. We could advance her, advance the detective, or advance the mother. I personally want to continue where I'm already at. Fancy sushi. Oh, it's calling my name. The high school or Michio Shiraishi? The high school. Shadow, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Misty who went to sleep. I'm sure they will appreciate it when they come back. But that's very, very generous. Thank you. Also, how are you doing? You're back. Is your headache gone? Do you feel better? Did you take a good nap? Here we are, Komagata High. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are just kinda wandering around aimlessly. Sticker? Sticker. Sticker? No sticker? No sticker at a school gate? The school gate will stay locked while forensics inspect the scene of the incident. Looks like they're still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. The news of the dead teacher has also attracted a fair share of rubberneckers. The atmosphere is kinda tense with this many cops around. Headache is less, but not gone. I'm still tired, debating on making a cheap, unsatisfying sandwich. Or paying even more money to get pizza once again. Why would the sandwich be unsatisfying? Do you not have the proper ingredients, or do you not know what mix to do? I'll take this opportunity to change the ice in my water. Yeah, just have cheap bologna for me. It's cheap, and I mean cheap. Pre-sliced pepper jack cheese and some mayo. That's all there is in your fridge? Yeah, not knowing the content of your pantry or fridge makes it hard to advise anything. And also, it's not really my place. By the way, I just wanted you to know how I'm doing with my drink. Drink is in a can, right? And I'm using jars, usually, like mason jars that I recycle as glasses. Like a glass to drink of. I find it better because more content means you don't need to refill it all the time. And it's easy to clean and easy to store as well. So I've been putting some water and some ice in the jar and the can inside the jar. So the water gets cold and surrounds the can and it keeps it cold for way longer. And it doesn't water down the drink. That's so perfect. I'm refreshing my drinks like you melt chocolate with water surrounding the container of the chocolate, bain-marie. I'm doing bain-marie, but to refresh instead of melt. Currently, pretty much, I haven't gone shopping for May. I've just gotten food delivered or had ramen with miso, but I've run out of miso. There is one recipe that I like to do when I am lazy or when I don't know what to eat and I need it to be fast, which is just udon. You get udon noodles, the thick ones. You'd think they're disgusting because they're so thick. They're super good. I love it when it's chewy. When it's not chewy, when it's probably overcooked for most people, but I like it. And in a bowl while it cooks, because you only need to cook that with some water, etc. In the bowl that you're gonna use, you just mix, I think, 1/2 of a teaspoon of dashi stock, 1 tablespoon of soy sauce. Technically, that's it, and 1 tablespoon of what? It's not sake. It's misan. What is it? Shit. Let me see. It's mirin. Yes, Shadow. It's mirin. So half a teaspoon of dashi stock, one tablespoon of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of mirin, some green onions if you want. Put in the cooked noodles, the cooked udon. Add some of the udon water into this to make the soup. And on top of it, you add some bonito flakes. Super good. And that's it. You do need the dashi stock, which you don't necessarily have in your kitchen, because it's not used in our type of cuisine, but it's super good. And you also need mirin and udon, which you don't have usually. But it's those type of stuff that is not that expensive. The most expensive is the bonito flakes. But the bonito flakes you could use for okonomiyaki, which are great, takoyaki, which are great, and udon. That's like making real cheap udon. Yeah, but it tastes good, and it fills you up. Obviously, it's not gonna be the best udon you've ever eaten, but for something where you basically just need to cook the noodles, pretty tasty. It's my to-go meal for when I'm just lazy. I forgot to message the syndicate. For my stove, she told me to message her yesterday, and I was like, I'm gonna give her another day. Also, I was busy yesterday. I was dying, and I forgot today. Oh, I won't be able to talk to her until Monday. It would almost be a month since I've had my stove working. The stove has been out forever. And let me tell you, you might be happy to have a rice machine, a rice cooker on hand, because you can cook stuff. But after a while, you're starting to see how little you can do with this. Yes, you can cook some stuff with it that is not rice, but it's gonna take so long because it's not made for this. That's a hell of a lot more fancy than American cheap instant meals. You guys' cheap meals sounds like food poisoning for us. The idea of a cheat meal, or like a very quick snack to stave off hunger in Morocco, it's fresh bread with olive oil. And you dip the bread in olive oil, and that's what you eat. I mean, you're not really wrong. I don't mean it as an insult, but those Kraft mac and cheese, they look and probably taste radioactive to us. I do want to try them though. But just your idea of cheese, or your corporation's idea of cheese, especially for us French. Do I need to say more? You could probably kill a French person by giving them American quote-unquote cheese that has no dairy in it. Or that can be legally labeled as cheese, but like milk product. When I heard about it, that some cheese products you guys have cannot be legally called cheese. I don't like Kraft really, I prefer Velveeta. If it's box mac and cheese, I don't even know about this. But one day, I would like, I don't know how I could arrange that. One day I would like to taste very, very well-known, 100% American stuff. So like a snack box or something like that. But like a huge box. Ideally with some salty and some sugary stuff, because I want to try Pop-Tarts. I'd love to try, because visually it looks good. I know it tastes like probably carton with a ton of sugar. But I would love to try. And I would definitely do an exchange with like French stuff.
For your own fucking sanity, never look up Velveeta. Just don't. Your French ass will perish on sight. I want to see. You can't tell me not to look. I will look. Velveeta mac and cheese. Oh, don't tell me you microwave it. Don't tell me you microwave. Oh. You can. You do? Wait, do you actually... Cheese sauce in a packet? How do you make it? Nothing melts like Velveeta? My sanity. Kraft mac and cheese versus Velveeta mac and cheese. Oh. Oh. Let's carry on. Komagata High's gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of the buildings around here are still made of wood, but this place looks safe and sturdy. I said not to. You can't tell me that. You know me. This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. It's also the site of the Fool's procession, and of course where that teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? Oh right, speaking of schools. What is it? You said Paranormal Affairs can help us right now. So why don't we get that psychics high schooler you mentioned to help us? A lot of the people involved in this case lead back to this school anyway, so it might make things easier to have them with us. For a guy who questioned me of the legality of working with them, you sure seem eager to exploit underage labor. Hey, who said anything about exploiting them? I just want to give our young expert the opportunity to shine. When did you become such a smooth talker? Anyway, I'm afraid I don't know where they are. Oh, I see. I wonder if there's anyone who could help us scout out the area. 9 a.m. A perfectly reasonable time for a student to be at school. And yet, I doubt this will be that simple. So what, do we need to come back later? Near the Shiraishi household. Stickers! Stickers! It seems like Michio's house is at the end of this road. We don't want to intimidate him, so maybe I should go alone. Hell yeah! Na 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 na. So, the Shiraishi household. There is a chance that Michio didn't actually kill herself. It might be for the best that we didn't find her parents. Ario is checking the Shiraishi house at the end of the road. This street's real narrow, so two big guys like us would stick out like a pair of sore thumbs. Yeah? The houses are really crammed together in these narrow alleyways. Strangers like us walking through definitely stand out. It truly feels like old Tokyo. It's quiet. This place is normally pretty lively, full of people coming and going. But it seems like everyone's decided to stay inside because of the recent accident. Okay, what kind of phrase would make you never want to actually look something up? Saying this is a warning, not advice? Or can I just say, no, I think it's not necessarily how you phrase it, but what could be seeing? If it's just something that would mildly disgust me, I'm gonna see. If it's something that could actually scars me for life, or scare me for life, or scar me for life, yeah, I won't look. But if it's just something that's like very unhealthy or something that I would never eat, it doesn't like there's no hurt in just looking. So, the Shiraishi household. There is a chance that Michio didn't actually kill herself. So what, do I leave and I let him here? I don't understand. Later. I don't get it because I can only go to these two places. What happened? Why is this not locked? Alright, I'll go check the house. Found it. Areas of checking the Shiraishi household. I'll just wait till he gets back. What is there to look? Oh. Oh, you're back. No luck, boss. No one home? Doesn't look like it. I knocked for a while, but nobody came to the door. I glanced in the windows, but there was no sign of activity inside either. And I saw about 3 newspapers stuffed into their mailbox. Suspense. Aria looks kind of disappointed. Maybe I'm not meant to move yet. To get there. You cannot currently progress any further once your situation has changed. Okay. We'll return you to the story chart. Got it. Let's get back to her. Bringing her friend back from the dead means she'll have to pay the price. Yako makes it home safely but still isn't sure about how to proceed with her curse. She worries about Mio as the night passes. Just a processed cheese product. Haven't kicked the bucket. Yeah. I think if you told me something was gore, like you could actually see people being hurt or stuff like that, I would never look at that. I wouldn't look. But if it's like insects, even if it's spiders, I hate spiders. I would still look, be disgusted, and go about my day. If it's like disgusting food, I've seen some American recipes. That is scarring a little bit. The amount. I mean, it's a meme at this point. Some recipes that you see on TikTok. But it's fine. Oh, good morning, Yako. Huh? Yako? Rise and shine. Uh-huh. You're up. Huh? It's morning? I... Are you okay? Can you remember your name? I'm... Yako. Yes, I'm Yako Sakazaki. Good, seems like you're fully awake. Oh, Mio, thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Yep, still alive. I couldn't dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. But in that situation, it's the best you can hope for. I'm sorry I got you involved in something so dangerous. I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep. It's okay. It's only natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Besides, I also feel bad that you've been wrapped up in all of this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening. Oh, yeah, you said something about that last night. Totally valid. I'll just use gore as an indicator of things that are like genuinely. Yeah, sure. Plus, I don't think you're gonna end up in a situation where you'll need to warn me about like huge stuff. At the very most, it would probably like huge spoilers for something that I'm playing. Genuinely, I can't see any scenario where I want to look up something very, very bad. And thank you for not telling me that phrase. Just who are you exactly, Mio? Oh, well, the truth is, I've been training things having to do with the supernatural. Huh? You mean you can learn that kind of stuff like you would with flower arranging? I had quite the eventful childhood. Huh. That sounds like it must have been tough. Yes, it would take a long time to explain, so let's leave it at that for now. As fate would have it, I've ended up as the apprentice, or maybe more like assistant, to a notable paranormal expert. Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens. Wow, that's amazing. So it's like a part-time job you do while also being a student? Well, I do help maintain public order, but it's all part of my training so I don't get any money. Oh, you've got it rough then. But still, that really is amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against that evil spirit. I never know if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. But anyways, that's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school. And why I'm going to look into the cause of all this. But for now, let's head to school. Yeah, they don't know. Oh, do you have your curse stone? Now that it's daytime and its power is diminished, I should be able to hold on to it. Want to give it a try? Right, I do have it, but... Yako. Is it really so wrong? Trying to bring Michio back, I mean. I can't approve of it. The rite may seem like a dream come true, but it involves taking the lives of other people then. Yeah, true. I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe and what I'll put before anything else. I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it? Yako. I promise I won't use the curse no matter what. No matter what. But maybe there's some other way. I just have this feeling that I shouldn't give up on the possibility just yet. That said, I'll help you, even if it's to stop the curses. For the Michio that still exists within me, I'll settle things so that we can move forward. Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point. Right, thank you, Mio. Okay then, let's go. What kind of page? Oh, the candy shop. Huh? I thought I thought it's unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen? If the police are here, then something must have. I'll go ask. Thanks.
This isn't good. Huh? What happened? Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something. Okay. Mr. Janauchi was found dead in the middle of the school grounds. What? They're closing the school for today. But that's not all. I didn't notice either since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby. What? There's no way. Why? Could it be because of the curse? We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Mr. Janauchi's body was in the middle of the grounds, but his body was covered in bruises, like he'd fallen from somewhere high. Weird. Taking into account his unnatural death and the timing, it's very likely that it has something to do with the curse. You're saying someone used their curse on him last night? Seems like it did, doesn't it? But that's so scary. Yeesh, so the curses really do kill people. And someone used it? Shh, keep your voice down, okay? What would happen if another curse bearer heard you? Oh, sorry. He died. He dead. RIP. I wish we had a little more information, but they've locked up the front gates. Maybe we could sneak in through the back entrance. That person over there. Ooh. RIP bozo. That's the schoolgirl that he was saying in the classroom we went to last night. Isn't that Hitomi Okuda? You're right. That's unusual. Oh, but she was at the school last night too. She must know something about Mr. Janauchi. Let's see what she has to say. Oh, Mia, wait for me. Huh? So you're telling me the two of you were the ones at the school last night? No sense hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mio. I'll tell you everything I know. Thank you. She owes you? Oh, yeah. Right after I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble. She gave me one of those, what was it? Oh, exorcism. Huh, so that's what it was. That's what it was. Did you hear about Mr. Janauchi? Heard about it? I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the school grounds myself. What? You saw it happen? Tell us about it. What happened exactly? Don't really know myself. It was pitch black. What I can tell you... It was almost dawn. Probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden. Ran out of the ground like something was chasing him. Then screamed. Somebody help me! Forgive me, Michio! Or something like that while he was running around. Michio? He mentioned Michio? Was there anyone else on the grounds? It was too dark to see from where I was. But for just a second, I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids. Oh? I didn't go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. Then I heard him begging for his life like I was wrong and I'll do anything. Then all of a sudden his arms and legs snapped, even though he was just standing there. His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him. He fell over and quit moving, so I thought it'd be better if I got out of here. Then he croaked. That's all I saw. I see. But from what you've told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Mr. Janauchi and killed him. Hell if I know anything about that. I'm just telling you what I heard him say. Did you tell that story to the police? Nope, and I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they'd believe such an insane story anyways. Right. But there must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right? Yeah, I guess. There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff. But he just died the other day. Oh, he did? I'm sorry to hear that. Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off. You've got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit. Huh? It wasn't? Yeah, this was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though I'm sure that was hard enough for you. That's all I know about that asshole's death. Hey, Mio, I've been thinking something. Hmm? The way she described it reminded me of something. The way Mr. Janouchi died, it sounds a lot like how Michio died. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in, it was like she had fallen from high up. Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't think so. The curses of the Seven Mysteries hadn't manifested when she died. And if we can trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident. Oh, right. Hitomi, were you possessed by some kind of evil spirit? I don't understand it all too well myself. What I can say for sure is, thanks to Mio, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away. Yep, some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated as they struggle to relate to the people around them. They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations. Even memory problem. I'm sure it must have been very hard. So that's how it works, huh? Do people also have their personality taken over when possessed too? It's possible with spirits who have a very close relationship to their target, like siblings or a parent or child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that those negative effects can start to appear. So the seance or whatever you see on TV are all bogus? Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits they call. Though there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance. Huh. There are people who in life had extremely powerful spirit sense or a deep connection with the person. But even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the person they possess. And even if they could, it would only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their own to begin with. But if that's the case, wouldn't you not know if you were choosing that behavior of your own will or not? Hence why there are lots of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Though the spirits may influence the behavior and memories of the host, the deeper the connection in life, the easier it is for that to occur. I see. Getting possessed by a spirit is pretty complicated, huh? It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, Hitomi. Huh. Whatever might happen to me doesn't make any difference. Me being able to see spirit and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this. Yeah, it's not like being able to see them is your fault either. The same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. I think you have a knack for it yourself, Yako. I bet you could see them too with a little training. I think I may pass. Would you want to see spirits? If you were told like, yeah, you have an affinity for it, I can train you, would you? I think I would. I would love to see. So that's why you do the job you do, huh, Mio? I thought she was a weirdo when she showed up, all of a sudden saying she was gonna exorcise me. If you hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked your lights out. You tried to perform an exorcism on her without telling her anything? You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much I explain.
They only accept my explanation after they see the results. I guess that makes sense. Hitomi, last night before you witnessed Mr. Janauchi's collapse, can I ask what he and you were doing in the classroom? You gonna tell the cops? Oh, right, with everything that happened with Mr. Janauchi. They'll suspect you if we told them we saw you with him last night. Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions. I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway. If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. So, last night, that piece of shit Janauchi called me over here acting like he was gonna attack me or something. What? How terrible. Whatever, I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Calling people worthless and a cancer in society when he doesn't know shit about them. That asshole was the one always acting like scum, if you ask me. Is that so? Could you tell us in more detail why he called you out in the middle of the night? It's hard to explain where to start. Okay. What did you mean by Mr. Janauchi's acting like scum? Was he doing something bad? You know Michio Shiraishi, right? The girl who killed herself? Michio? I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her. And he was using it to blackmail her. Call her up after school and make her do whatever he wanted. What? What do you mean when you say whatever he wanted? I'll leave it to your imagination. Nothing that couple model students like you would ever get involved with. No way, that's... How? What do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I not have known about this? Yako, I know how you feel, but try to calm down. You got guts acting like you were her friend. Janauchi really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. She probably felt she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone. No! How terrible. Hitomi, how do you know about this? I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him asking what he was doing. Walked in on it? I couldn't just leave her alone looking like she was about to cry, so I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around. But she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret. Michio, why? She probably thought she just had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft. No. Of course, Janouchi didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them. But that's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now. Hitomi, if you knew about it, then why didn't you... You trying to say it's my fault? She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So what the hell more responsibility do I have other than what I already did? Yako, there is no point blaming Hitomi. Michio, why? Did you hear what this dirt was? Nope, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he'd been blackmailing her since about a year ago. For that long? The dick probably caught her doing something she shouldn't have been. She looked well behaved, but there's more to a person than meets the eye, you know? There must be some reason. Dunno, got nothing to do with me. So last night, how did it start?
How did it start? Ah, right. Remember that nosy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. He didn't look like a cop at all. Real rough guy. But good at looking out for folks. So he was the only one I could talk to. Huh. So there was someone like that with the police. Too bad he ended up dying. Oh, another thing. One time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age and that she was on my side. Must have been a terrible loss for her too. Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about how sad she must be. And I saw him at the garden the night he died. Oh no. Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to that park. Then he'd listen to whatever it was I was pissed off about. That day, he called me over there like usual. But something seemed off about him. Like he was worried about something? Worried about something? Yeah, he asked me for a favor too. That was pretty unusual. A favor? What kind of favor? He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him. A talisman? Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured if that's it, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. But that wasn't all. Then he told me that he wanted me to look for a talisman Michio Shiraishi had that looked like this one. Huh? Michio? What does he have to do with this? What does she have to do with this? Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. While they were together, he noticed that she had a special talisman or something. But apparently Michio always avoided the subject. A talisman that Michio had. He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said. Could there have been something that Michio couldn't tell even the police about? I know things at home were a little complicated. From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about what Jonoichi was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either. Michio, what is it that you had such a strong grip on you? So basically, Yoshimi didn't just have his eyes on Michio, but her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. So since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it for him. Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you. Hell if I know. When I looked inside it there was just a weird, kind of grimy scrap of wood. So you've seen inside it. But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking is such a pain in the ass, I figured he had to be serious about it. Oh, and since he died right after that. Yeah, he even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt that something was gonna happen to him. Nakagoshi? Do you know him, Mio? No, I've just heard the name, I think. So there really is a Nakagoshi. That's a relief at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right to just it didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request. Hitomi. Yeah? That talisman. Would you mind if I had a look at it? Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me. Oh, okay. So, last night you were looking for the talisman Michio had? Yeah. And I figured that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, I can talk about it now, come to the school tonight. even gave me the code to the lock on the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's used it for secret meetings before. Yuck, I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in. So yeah, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night. But nothing he said made any sense. Like that I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and on about how it was my fault, that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily. Ugh. Oh, are you okay? Yeah, that's right when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Junouchi was freaking out. Oh my gosh, good thing you got away. So it's really all thanks to you two that I got away. But I didn't get any info about the talisman, so the whole thing was sort of a bust. Afterwards, I was wondering what you two were up to, so I hid nearby. Then I saw you and Old Man Ashimiya talking, and then Mio showed up. Oh, you did? That's also why I saw Junouchi come back outside and bite it. I see. So you were only here to look for Michio's talisman. I was dumb to fall for that creep Junouchi's trap so easy. I could have gone a lot worse, but I lucked out. What you described does sound like Michio killed Mr. Junouchi. She did have a reason to hate him after all. No way. You mean that really was her ghost? Like, for real? Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it would usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power. But it's possible they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets. Huh. Wonder if that's what happened. Alright, then supposing that the spirit board said it's true and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. If she really hadn't given up on living, that is. I don't think she was the kind of girl who would just give up no matter what the situation. I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. And that's all I know. Happy. I still gotta look for the talisman. Sure. Thank you, Hitomi. Oh, if you two find out anything about Michio's talisman, we'll be sure to let you know. Thanks. Oh, can we get your contact info? Where we can normally find you? Right. I'm not home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's place. Here's the phone number. Thanks. We'll call her if we need to talk with you. And, what is it? You're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kinda scared at first, but not anymore. Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyway, catch you later. And don't die out there, okay? Thanks. We'll be careful. I love her. She's really cool. I hope she doesn't die. Alright then. We got a lot of new information. Sounds like Mr. Junouchi was killed by a curse, just as we thought. Which means there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact. Multiple? You think so? Hi, Null Shift, how are you doing? Yes, the curse echo we experienced in the school and the one that killed Mr. Junouchi seems to be different. The people in the school at the time other than us were Mr. Junouchi, Hitomi, and Old Man Ashimiya you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in a school uniform with braids. From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. Mr. Junouchi is pretty suspicious, though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed. Right, that's why I say they are multiple. Oh right, the person who killed Mr. Junouchi would have to be one too. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or Old Man Ashimiya? Yeah, we should certainly be careful of them, that said.
The mysterious girl and the fact that Mr. Janauchi thought it was Michio that was attacking him has me wondering. Of course, I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but... Oh, I just remembered. I also saw Mr. Araishi outside the main gate last night. You did? It's likely he's involved with the curses given that he's the one doing the research on the rite of resurrection. So we'll have to be careful of Old Man Ashimiya and Mr. Araishi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile, but... As for what to do now, I'd like to find who is responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off and how they did it. I don't think we'll be able to end this without stopping it at its doors. Huh, that makes sense. In which case, next we should do what exactly? We'll need to talk with Mr. Araishi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try to look for him. Got it. I'll help in any way I can. Hi, Lucas. How are you doing? How has your day been? Cooler than yesterday? I'll use that opportunity to change my eyes. BRB. Slept till noon, assembled a wardrobe, my back hurts and I'm stinky. Go to the shower. Can't wait for rain on Sunday. Me too. I think I might just stand in the rain. When I was in Morocco, we had warm showers. Like warm rain. I think we call them showers. Like summer showers in France, in French. When it's hot outside but there's still some rain, I would just stand in the rain. It felt so good. But school is closed. I wonder where he could be. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. Where to go then? Last time we saw him... The bridge? We never saw him at the bridge. Maybe the garden? Last time we saw him, it was at the park. But let's go see the bridge. Ooh, or the candy shop. There might be a sticker somewhere. But I say the bridge. And so, Miyokuro Suzu and Yako Sakazaki decided on their next location to investigate. Ooh. Is it the wrong one or is it just blocked? I think it's blocked. Let's go back to the mother that wants to resurrect her son. "10 a.m. Her mansion. Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today. How is your curse stone looking? I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise. Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night then.
That aside, why are you so late this morning? There are unfortunately some things that can't be investigated while the world slumbers. But I did get some research done in what limited time I had. Very well, let's talk. No new stickers? On the lookout for stickers. By the way, there is something I wanted to talk to you about. And what is that? Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul dregs, but I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal but instead negotiate with the curse bearer and have them use the right for our purposes? Oh. There is something that I don't understand in this timeline. Oh, maybe... yeah, okay. Wait, what? Right now, they're discussing the exact same plan of action that got us fucked when, as Shogo, the guy, right? They are discussing the same plan that fucked us when we were him meeting her at the garden last time, right? Negotiation, pretending like, or at least saying that you can already use your curse to get them to give their curse stone, right? And then after Shogo completes his curse stone's percentage of souls, he dies. Remember? But when you play the detective, because when you see the timeline, at this point, Shogo has not met her yet, right? So it makes sense. They're discussing it now, and then later on when we meet her, she acts on this plan, as we've played. And then we die only later. But in that same timeline, at the beginning, or at some point early on, with the detective, we find Shogo's body way too early. So I don't understand. Oh? I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same, but do you think it's possible? So long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you'd expect. Compensation? Cash, for instance? That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shigemas, would it? Of course. Why, any amount would be fine if it get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regret the way it did back with the ransom. Okay, with this option on the table, let's figure out our strategy. Do you have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind? Not yet, surprisingly. It seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul dregs. Did you see the news this morning? No, I haven't. Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They've yet to announce the identities of the bodies found. But they've been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings. It's garnered quite some attention on the streets. Oh my. Only 3? That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity all through the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch. What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection? There may still be undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action. And then we offer them the deal. None of the curse bearers seems very proactive. I wonder if this situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended. Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all? You mentioned hearing an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose. And they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well. Huh. So that's what happened to Shogo. Once he completed his percentage of souls to acquire, somebody else used their curse on him and probably stole their stone completed. Might be the mastermind. Because somebody drowning? Wait, where are they? Kills by drowning one who leaves the curse bearer behind. So he was killed by his own curse. Okay. How? So it's not somebody else that did it. So you're thinking this person is not one of the curse bearers? You've got a sharp mind, ma'am. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul dregs if they were after the rites, this would be very risky, since as a curse bearer they themselves would become a target. So it would actually be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively. That's right. But despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul dregs themselves? You mean their intention was also to steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start? Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is the safer course of action, which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy. So, how should we do it? There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There is no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers. How do you suppose we do so? At this point, all we can do is search. What if one curse bearer's skill is to activate another bearer's curse on themselves, like turn the stone against them? Because Shogo did not betray his stone when he completed it. At least I don't think so. If there's a mastermind inciting the curse bearers to collect soul dregs, can we be sure there even is a rite of resurrection? Good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught, do you want to give up, ma'am? Never. Understood. After all, we never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we'll do it without using the curse ourselves. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them, but I only managed to get that detailed information on 2. You're quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire. I appreciate the flattery. Is that a JoJo pose? Is that a JoJo pose? First, there is Ayame Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Art. She currently lives alone in an apartment near Midoricho Park. You even determined her address? You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire. Why the JoJo pose? 'Cause it's cool. I called every single university with ukiyo-e in the curriculum pretending to be her parents. I went around to check on her place on the way there. It doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble. Didn't you attempt to follow her last night?
I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her.
And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire.
I guess I can't judge. I use the JoJo pose for my rigging class. They're nice to draw, actually. They do push your sense of perspective for the body and proportions. JoJo is a good manga to learn. Or anime. She is planning to steal the curse stones, just like us. It's best we act carefully around her. Yeah, they have very strong dynamic poses. Next is the tall man who was dressed in black. I met him near Kinshicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him.
Impressive.
What can I say? He works as a secretary to Hihaku Soap's chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yumioka. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct?
Yes, they've been here for a while. But it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth.
I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assume she'd want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of the factories with older equipment had to be shut down.
That's right. Even 10 years ago, there were many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river.
Most companies back then were more concerned with making profit than protecting the environment. I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later.
Let's hope you will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing if the rite would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare?
Ha! Now that's an interesting thought. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night.
This one seemed to be out collecting soldier eggs, right?
Indeed. I couldn't get a good look at him though, and I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him.
Well, that's a shame.
But I can make an educated guess.
Oh?
You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the rite of resurrection? The one that lives near here? His name is Hideki Araishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature.
Oh my, even he is involved? How awfully suspect. Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair?
I think it's possible, yes. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first.
Understandable.
Of course, I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First, I'll return to Hihaku Soaps to see the man in black. Their headquarters are down in South Warigesui Street. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Komagata High School. The person was identified as a schoolteacher. His name was Kohei Jonochi.
Do you think he was a curse bearer?
Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead.
Just when we were getting somewhere.
It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shiraishi's residence. It'd be wise to pay it a visit.
Understood.
In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there's Michio Shiraishi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died on the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continues occurring like so, are bound to inspire strange rumors.
But those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no?
It's true.
Both occurred a week before the accursed situation began. Still, it cannot be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved even with those killings.
How?
What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the Seven Mysteries curses? Can we really assume they are unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it'd be easier if it were connected to the curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily.
You seem to know a lot about this.
I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one too.
I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind.
You're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. We might even discover more death related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the curse stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start.
Right. Let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself.
In that case, I'll trust you to decide on where we should go, ma'am.
Where to go? Let's go to this street.
Hold on, sir. There's something here you might want to see before we talk. The Hihaku sub-headquarters are on the other side of South Warigesui Street. It disappeared? They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now.
There was something here. Or was it his hands? Sticker? Anywhere? Sticker?
Do you think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time? They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why director and now chairwoman Natsue Yamamori is called the Queen. Oh.
You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary?
That's correct.
Do you think it's possible he's acting on her orders?
That's exactly my thinking. A curse bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It will be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around. Visit a cafe for some tea, perhaps?
Sure.
Back in the Edo period, the canal known as South Warigesui ran through this area, but it's been turned into a major road. It's a bit away from Kinshincho Station or Ryogoku Station, though it's still considered a nice area. The stories of the ever-burning lantern and the foot-washing mansion both took place around here. One of the bodies discovered this morning was found by this road as well.
This is quite a lively area, huh?
I suppose you could call it somewhat of a city center. I'm going to go in. I may be a while, so feel to find somewhere to kill time.
Okay, good luck in there.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
How did it go?
I'll fast forward to the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt he's the same man I saw last night. But it doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer. But that doesn't mean he has no connections to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own.
Excuse me?
I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I ran into him last night. However, you said your name was Richter, correct? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. I'm hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession.
Curse stone? What are you on about?
There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there is no time for it. I had all the same reasons you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer, no?
You're right. We lack time. I'll confess. I am a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the Haunting Clappers.
I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is a dangerous item to hold. Give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it.
I didn't know this a business specialized in scrubbing curses clean.
It is the prerogative of Miss Yamamori.
Is that so?
Assuming you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Miss Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampant.
So you're telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch?
She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. There is a sorcerer by the name of Suigen Gamyodo, who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like.
Go on.
That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. Do you understand the urgency of this matter? These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I am talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once.
Very interesting. With that said, just how many curse stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now.
We have 6.
6? Wow. I can rest at ease then. And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed.
It seems we are on the same page. If that is the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately.
I am sorry to disappoint you, but it is not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it at hiding.
Really now? Then I'll accompany you while you retrieve it.
I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to. But I promise I'll return with it later.
Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume?
How prudent of you. I'll oblige.
And that's how it went. So, they aren't after the right after all?
I wouldn't be so quick to trust him.
Oh?
I believe we're dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he was lying about having procured 6 curse stone as well. Like, really? 6? That's excessive.
Well, now I feel gullible.
The company is plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seems rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any soul dregs. Perhaps the people at Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curse being unleashed.
Because the chairwoman's a witch?
I wonder about that too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takumi was either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor.
For what purpose would he do that?
Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spreads that Hihaku's chairwoman has godlike powers,
She could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique. That's unsettling. By the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby. And what is that? People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hihaku employee. Really? So long as the officials haven't revealed the identity, it all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, I've reason to believe Hihaku Soaps is deeply involved with the Seven Mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiation will go. Okay. Let's go to the high school. Fuck! I was. Remember when I told you at the beginning of stream that this deck is way more sensitive than the one I used? I think I bumped the keyboard with my mouse and it triggered the mute button. For how long? Fuck, scared the shit out of me. At least you're attentive now. I'm sorry. 3 hours? No way. I need to be careful with this now. Several minutes. Shit. Well, TLDR. TLDR. They went to the school. And they didn't gather anything except rumors. Except rumors? What were the rumors? Mainly that the teacher was killed by the spirit of the girl that committed suicide. But there was someone else at the school that night, which is a girl with pigtails. Like the girl that committed suicide, so it might have been her spirit, it might have been another girl. The woman here wants to meet with her, at least. But we don't know who that is. They didn't see her face, so they don't know. But the guy did get the address of the girl that killed herself, and that's why we're here. But, just like the detective, when they went to knock at the door of the family house, nobody answered, and it seems like it's been abandoned for a little bit. For a few days at least. Because of the newspapers piling up. Basically, we didn't learn much. Just rumors. Turns out that Shiraishi's reputation really went down the dumps this past year. Is that so? The newspaper is the only stuff I hadn't hear about. Well, you know. The detective and him had the same conclusion. But he went around the neighbors, basically, and asked them about stuff, and that's where we are. I'll give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Their previous residence was in a better part of town. Michio's fathers died in a car accident, leaving behind just the two of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with their neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in return. So far, so good? What happened? I'm gonna stop making his voice. She's gonna have a voice and not him. Well, as I said, their reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshiko's common-law husband had moved into the household. Common-law husband? What does that mean? What's a common-law husband? His name was apparently Kankichiro Iwai. Neighborhood gossip is something else. Somehow everyone knew his name. So, what of this Iwai character? Okay, my call is done and I was hearing the music but didn't hear you and it didn't click for me what was happening until you said fuck. Common-law husband is when you live together and all just like being spouses for a long time, but not legally married. I see. Is it like an official title, or then you got the same right as spouse even though you aren't married by law? Interesting. Interesting. And how long do you need to live with that person to be considered that? Do you have to file documentation for it? Or is it kind of like, well, you've been together for this many years, so technically, you're considered spouses? It's different in each state and country. Some don't have that concept. Is there in France? France does not legally recognize common law marriage as it exists in common law countries. Instead, France has its own concept, concubinage, and it does not provide the same rights. This creates confusion for thousands of expatriates, binational couples, and families moving to France each year. I do know about concubinage. Technically, that's what I have to declare Salmon as. Technically, he's my concubine. Because I have my name on everything. Since I moved in before him, he just moved in to my place. So the rent is in my name. The bills are in my name. He helps with it, of course. But technically, I pay for his insurance. And because of that, because he needs an insurance, I have to declare him, myself, as a concubine. I mean, it's not the name we use. They basically ask you, what is your relationship with that person? You can say married or concubinage. It doesn't mean that the person is your concubine, but it's like the closest words that I have for it in English. Sugar auntie? Okay, but that's kind of cute. It is kind of cute now that I think about it. But yeah, because the address is to my name, I need to make like multiple declarations that I do have a relationship that's just not official with marriage. Marriage! By the way, this does not exist in Morocco. This is even not allowed. It is illegal. If you're Moroccan, obviously if you are another nationality, it's different. You don't have the same laws. But in Morocco, it is illegal for a man and a woman to live under the same roof if they are not legally married. If it's your parents' house, then men and women cannot be in the same room at all unless they're married. They need to be separate. And that's why my mom and dad had to get married very early in their relationship. Because they would not be able to have a place of their own. And also, for Moroccan people that are also Muslim, both partners need to be Muslim to be married. My dad had to convert for the papers into Islam to be able to marry my mother. So he is technically declared as Muslim. Which includes a Muslim name. So on some of his papers, he doesn't have his birth name. He has a marriage name. Anyway. So, what of this EY character? He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from the home. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him to not hit Michio. That's terrible. So in US, there are 3 requirements in the few states that support it. 1, mutual agreement. Okay, so far I follow. 2, cohabitation. Right. 3, present as a married couple. Present as a married couple. And this actually requires divorce. Wait, I don't understand that last part. Oh, do you present yourself as a married couple? But why does it requires divorce? So if you break up, you have to divorce even though you're not legally married? As if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. Through this, the shiraishis standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed, even during the day, and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community. That sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something? Unfortunately, under our current laws, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. That's so bullshit. That's awful. And then Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with EY, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, EY hasn't returned to the home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with the Shiraishis entirely, and seemed relieved that the things finally quieted down again. That law is so gross. The fact that there is no law. I don't get why that's a thing. In France, if you are witness to a crime, no matter the crime, a crime where someone gets hurt, so it can be, it's violence, right? Or if someone has a medical emergency, someone that requires attention either from the police or from doctors, and you do not report it, and the police ends up knowing, especially, let's see, you're in a cafe, there is only you and another person. She has a medical emergency. For some reason, there is no staff for this part, for this moment, but the person has a medical emergency, ends up dying because you didn't do shit. One of the employees comes back, notices, calls the ambulance. They declare the death. They call the police because it's weird that nobody called in. And the police knows that you were there and you did nothing, you get sentenced. It's non-help for someone in a difficult situation. Wait, the charge is absence of help for an emergency situation. Something like that. You are required by law to help each other. If you do not, you get a sentence. I don't know which one it is. I think it depends on the severity of the thing. If you were, for example, in a situation where if you were trying to get help, you would be in serious danger too, I think you don't get that much. I think you get nothing basically because you're a victim yourself or potential, and you were trying to be safe yourself. They won't charge you with anything. However, if you had nothing else to do but call somebody to help, then you would be charged with something if you were found out. Present, yes, it's spelled the same as present, but common law marriage is a legal marriage. It just does not have the license or ceremony. So you are legally married and need to legally divorce. So you need to sign up too. Yeah, in France, even with concubinage, you don't need to. Technically, you do it for paperwork. But let's say you never had to do paperwork for anything. Nobody cares if you are in that type of relationship, you know? So if you break up the other day, you don't need to file anything. It's just that your spouse, if you had to declare them, your ex-spouse would need to do the necessary stuff. Because they would lose some rights, because obviously you would take them off. For example, if I were to separate from Simon, I would need to call my bank to take him off of the insurance that he's in, right? Back to the game. It seems that they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years of living there. I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with such a brutish good-for-nothing in the first place? No, I don't like this. Haruhi, you can't be thinking this way. Do you think he was like that from the beginning? That's not how that works, girl. I've heard many stories where one partner's personality does a complete turn after entering a relationship. Why is the man more knowledgeable than you are, girl? Get yourself together. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school. It's possible she fell victim to sweet promises. Life can be tough, I suppose. You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. But the Shiraishi certainly hadn't lucked out with theirs, bringing such a violent man into it. Okay. We move. Why would we need to go back to the high school? Let's go to the park. Can you believe I'm supposed to again change my eyes right now? Already? We're here. This is Midoricho Park. Ayame Tono lives around here. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking again. This place is connected with the story of the Taiko of Tsugaru. Not only that, Katsushika Hokusai's home was also in this area. That might be why Ayame chose to live here. Any sticker? I love the effect, the parallax effect that they used. It's so cool. Should have had an ice change counter. I already told you how small my kitchen is and how smaller it has gotten because Salmon from one day to the other decided to get like a what is it called? A dresser. Something like a dresser for the kitchen as like a place where we could put more of our pantry stuff. Not a countertop, like a number counter. Well, let me still tell you about my kitchen. But yeah, kitchen's super small already. Then we got now a dresser for food. And I had to put my fan in the middle of it, so it's so hard to navigate. You open the you got a kitchen island, kind of, yeah. In front of the fridge, so there's barely any place to open the fridge correctly, first of all. The trash can is in front of the washing machine. So if you keep the trash can there, you can't open the washing machine. You need to put it outside. And now because my fan is directly behind me, by the way, it's like 10 centimeters away from my head. So if I lean back, I touch the fan. That's how close it is. If you stand in front of the fridge and you open it, there is no space between the door and the fan. So you need to move out and then move in again to get inside the fridge. And then you need to move out, but very slowly so you don't make the fan fall when you get out and you want to close the fridge again. I hate this apartment. We won't get much done standing around here. Why don't I go and check out Ayame's apartment? You don't mean to speak with her, do you? No, I'd prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I'd like to see whether she's been home or not, just to potentially get a trace on her movements. Then, be my guest. Okay, I shouldn't be long. I'm back, ma'am. So, nothing? I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned. However, I noticed a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping watch in this area. I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in. Interesting. You've got a sharp eye to have noticed them despite them being so covered. What can I say? It's part of the job. However, it meant I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. I wasn't able to check her electric meter or mailbox either, unfortunately. You were planning to go that far? We won't make much progress sticking around here, okay? The streets, but we've been there already. That's where the soap place is. What did I miss? The school again? No, that's not where I wanted to go. Oh, I missed a few stuff. I doubt anyone's living there. Hmm? Oh, so you came here too. What is it? Oh, the detectives! Uh, could you repeat what you know one more time for me, Richter? My detectives! Oh. Oh, so we're meeting them. Not a.m., but that shouldn't be at 9 a.m. So far we've already seen that part. Move to the high school, sure. Did we go there? Why that music? Alright. Yoshimi also looked out for these students as Sumida city officer. Juvenile delinquency has been a growing problem for years now. This school is no exception. I didn't look that last time. Oh, right. Speaking of schools. What is it? You said paranormal affairs can help us right now. Oh, yeah. He's asking if he could get in contact with Mio. Wait, I can't? Because it's 9 a.m.? Hmm. I guess here? The garden? I'm pretty sure I didn't go there. It's 9 a.m. still. Ready. And so, okay, so it's gonna do the same. Is it gonna do the same again? Wow, I don't know how to advance now. We definitely can't advance the mother and the detective. This is clearly stuck because it's 9 a.m. and I think we need to. Huh. I don't get it. Like clearly the end was them meeting with the officers. At 10 a.m. But here it clearly says that we're stuck. Why? And here no matter what choice I make. Hmm. Maybe I didn't go there. Maybe I went to this bridge. Because there's no other place, right? Yeah, no? The bridge? It's gonna do the same again, isn't it? But it doesn't say that we're stuck. It's doing this again. Decided on their next location to investigate. What gives? Let's go to the high school first, I guess. Was there another place? The surroundings are done. Alright. Let's talk to the person in charge later. Alright. There's absolutely nothing else to look out for. Everything has been properly looked at. Think 9 a.m. a perfect yeah for the student to get in. Was there any other place? Absolutely none. So, but it's still 9 a.m. Nothing here. We got this one. I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah, suspend. You cannot currently progress any further. Once your situation has changed, select resume to try again. Okay. But they need to meet. Also, why is it called fancy sushi? I don't see I for there. Start from school, start from conversation with Hitomi. I'm pretty sure I cleared this. Start from school? It should be at the location, but did we go back to school? It's doing the same thing again. So we've done the school. We've done the candy shop. We've done the garden. We've done this bridge for sure. What about Komagata Bridge? Haven't I don't remember. It's the same thing. So what do I do? We've been here. That's where the soap thing is. That's where the girl's apartment is. And then we've been to here. To the high school. Look elsewhere. No. Go inquire. Now they know where she lives. Michio's home. I'd expect her family might be able to tell us more, but it's a hard topic to bring up so soon after her suicide. However, it's normal for a high school girl to keep things hidden from her parents, especially if it involves criminal activity. Right. So go there. Surely it's still at 9 a.m. Check the surroundings. The Shiraishis were dealt a tough hand. I can't imagine what it was like. Could it be the girl was forced by her circumstances to take part in the kidnapping? That doesn't change. Okay. So this seems different. Let's go to the park. I thought if we went at the same hour as they would appear at the Shiraishi house, we might learn something. He goes to see if she went to her apartment recently. No dice. What a waste of time. We should move on quickly. Alright, move. What if we go back to here? It's still 9 a.m., right?
Okay, so no. The soap company. We learn about all of this story, yeah? One of the bodies might be someone from the company. How interesting that the Queen of Hihaku, or the witch, whatever she is trying to get her hands on the right of resurrection. It's like some kind of dark fairy tale. Regardless of what is or isn't true, we must stay one step ahead. Well, I would love this. We won't make progress sticking around here. There. Okay. Detectives are there. After I've checked everything. So, resume. We're gonna recheck everything. Ideally, we could talk to someone who was involved in the incident. Easier said than done, though. Hmm. Right. So it has to be the girls. It has to be the girls. There's something I did wrong. Restart. You're going to school. So they have to talk to her. Wish our uniforms were this cool, yeah. So they learn about this. I don't see the point in doing this all over again.
I'm so stumped. Because we start at school. Mio goes to see what's the news, learns about the teacher um, being dead, comes back to whatever the MC here's name is, Yako. She goes back to Yako. Then they see Hitomi. They go see her. I don't have a choice in this. We learn everything. I don't see where my choices could matter here. We learn everything that asshole teacher did. The talisman, right? Who we suspect, okay. Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is. For Mr. Araishi. What if we go back to the school? He is a teacher there. It's doing the exact same thing again. I'll have to do a walkthrough again. Apparently now the two girls and the detective, there they are. Okay, nice. So I did the right thing. Look, they're here. Wait. Huh? That's... Boss? What is it? You wanna talk to those girls? I do. Yeah, I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, Erio. Huh? What? Hey, aren't you? You must be that high school skirting the child labor laws who I've heard so much about. Say that again? Sorry about that. He's with me. Mr. Tsutsumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my work conditions. I'd prefer not to work for free, to be honest. Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, you can have whatever you want. Bus is street. Wait. Really? Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to a fancy sushi place. Oh yeah, like one of those places in Ginza? I've never been. Let's go. We got ourselves a deal, right, boss? The girls are at our service. Hold on. What just happened? I've never seen that. Sushi? Looking forward to it, boss. Wait, since when were you included? You guys are funny. You should do stand-up. Forensics is still investigating the area. I didn't really want to bring these kids to a place like this, but there were too many onlookers on site for us to speak comfortably. Besides, it would be good to have Mia look around the scene too. Right? So, how much have you been able to figure out? Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, and brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo. That allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to gather soul tracks from the rite of resurrection. At least, that's my hypothesis. Sounds about right so far. As I'm sure you know, there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, the cursed stones appeared before those who wanted the rite at the locales of the 7 mysteries. We've managed to gather 3 cursed stones so far, including the one I got first, the Evergreen Beach. You got 3 already? Wow. We have the cursed stone of the Fool's Procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does. That's me! Yako, the girl standing behind Mio. She does. Is she alright? We could take it off your hands. Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out. Alright, I'll leave the Fool's Procession with you two then. Thank you. Please keep collecting the other curse stones. I'll be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows. Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Well, last night at school. You were here last night? Yes, you see. Oh. You two were using a spirit board? That's so cool. So that's when you run into the cursed echo. I'm glad you survived the encounter. Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The cursed echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg. What? A woman missing an arm and a leg? That's... Wasn't that the one-sided read? Does that mean Nejima was actually... So it is the janitor. It is, right? The one-sided read. This is bad. Huh? What's so bad about that one? You idiot! Think! The curse bearer of the one-sided read is... Nejima. Fumichika Nejima. He admitted it himself. That's his curse. Oh, that's right. Wait, but if that's the case... Nejima might have been here last night. What? I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but... What? Who's Nejima? No clue. So Nejima is trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes. Huh? He said that he's going to massacre the city at sundown today? And he's trying to get your daughter too? That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. So, just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night? Well, as far as we know, there was us, Mr. Jinochi, and one of our classmates, Hitomi. Don't forget Old Man Ashimiya. Wait, Hitomi? Do you mean Hitomi Okuda? Second year student? Well, yes. Why? Boss? So she was here last night. I saw Hitomi earlier though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me. You did? Did you talk to her? Yes. Would you mind if we ask you a few questions about that? Hitomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. So I can't tell you anything unless you swear it you won't drag her into this. Ah, I see. Don't worry, this is about a different matter. A different matter? You mean about the police officer, Mr. Yoshimi? You know about that? Did Hitomi say something about him? Yes, she did, actually. If we're talking about people who were at school last night, there was one more person, though I'm not too clear on the details. There was someone else? Apparently, Hitomi actually saw Mr. Jinochi getting cursed and killed last night. What? Talk about some vital information? What she said happened was... Michio was the one who killed Mr. Jinochi? Are you sure it was really Michio that she saw? Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there. This must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Jinochi was killed by a curse, so someone had to have been there, whether it was Michio or not. Damn, boss, do you think it really could have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what we've heard, she does have plenty of reason to be vengeful. Calm down. Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Nejima was behind Jinochi's death. What about Hitomi's story? About this janitor, Ashimiya, was it? How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked there? Huh? What are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to this school though, so I have no idea. He is around 50 years old. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. I see. Thanks, I think I'm starting to get a better picture of all this. Huh? Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of proper rehabilitation, you see? What are you... No way. Ario, have the officers apprehend the janitor. He worked the night shift, so he might still be in the overnight room. Yes, right away. He won't be there. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they'd been looking to question Ashimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere. No. That oil bill confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya? The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He'd always avoid it. Ario, call an urgent search for Makoto Ashimiya. We can't let him get away. Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ right away. Oh my, I didn't expect this at all. Yeah, how could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And the curse bearer on top of that. To think he was so close to us this whole time. It gives me chills. A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school. Let's hope it isn't too late. Oh, I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night. What? I don't like this one bit. Nijima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but I'm glad nothing happened to you. Wait, but then could it have been Old Man Oshimiya who attacked you in the hallway? I almost told him that you were still in the building too. What? You did? Yikes, good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid. This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, long arm of the law. Help us. To put a stop to the Feast of Shadow, it would help if I knew more about how the curses of the 7 mysteries first came about. In that case, you're probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy. You mean Mr. Araishi? I would very much like to talk to him. Ah, right, he's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. He might be more inclined to talk if it's one of his students doing the asking. Do you know where he is? I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers. The cafe. Oh, Kurokikyo Cafe in Kamezawa? Thanks. We'll head over there now. School rules says we're not allowed to go to cafes, though. What kind of rule is this? Cafes? Don't worry about it. I'll allow it. Thank you. Huh, that's all it takes. There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all of this for a reason. I want to find out why. Yeah, we couldn't either actually. Really? Why? What's the reasoning? How do they check? We were allowed to do anything we wanted, basically. Like, schools didn't have a reputation. If it's for that. There was a Starbucks, like, in two streets away from the school. A McDonald's, restaurants, and other cafes. We would hang out there, usually. The cool kids even had their cafes that they would go to. And then I went there one time, or a few times, and it was kind of meh. I was so disappointed. I was like, finally, I can go where the cool kids go. It was after I graduated, by the way. And it was meh. Well, we can eat food from home, but like to leave the vicinity, there's security that would stop people from trying to walk off campus or drive off. Really? We had security too, but all they would do is check if you actually had time to get out and if you were ditching class or not. We would show them our schedule. And if we had an hour or two, they would let us go outside and that's it. I remember that by the end of the last year of high school, I photoshopped my schedule to take away one class that the teacher even lost hope that I would go well. And also, I wouldn't have that specific material for the end of the year exam to get our degree. So he was like, just chill in the class, don't disturb anyone. Basically what my math teacher told me before I went into literary classes. But he was like, just don't disturb, do your best, but I have no faith. You will do well. Just take it out of your exam options. So I photoshopped away that class and I would go out and he would not care. My schools all let you off campus to get food and such, but if we were late for class, we could get that privilege revoked. Likely because of the shootings. It's true, y'all have that. Makes sense. Oh. Ow, I forgot about that part. Hitomi did say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something. He did? What was it? Yoshimi gave her a talisman? Yes, apparently he also asked her to look for another one just like it. One that Michio had. You ain't gonna leave with it? Well, I'm sad for you guys to have to. Because even a simple thing as going to a cafe, I would never have thought that it would be revoked for you. It was most of our socializing back in high school. And in university too, there is no way you could ask the student there to not go somewhere during break hours or to enjoy food from outside. By the way, in Morocco, back when I was in high school, a menu at McDonald's, do you know how much it cost? The one that I liked was filet of fish with some fries and a drink, usually a milkshake. University there is a lot more freedom. I see. But yeah, a menu with what I told you, it was €5. I don't know if it changed, it probably did. But €5 for a menu. I would say it's around $5 or $6. But my favorite place to eat... I didn't mean to hit send so soon. Don't worry. I can read two sentences. Just for the menu, yeah. A filet of fish, maxi fries, and I think a vanilla milkshake is what I would order there. And it was around 55 dirhams. And that's about €5. Don't know how much it translates to USD though. $2. But my favorite place to go eat was a bit farther away. So when I had only 1 hour of break, it was a bit on the close call part. But it was a shawarma place. And you get a very nice shawarma, some fries and also a drink for €3. And it was genuinely so good. There was another restaurant that was closer, so it was more popular, but I didn't like how many people would go there. It was basically a sandwich with some green sauce, which was so good. And some meatballs, but seasoned the Moroccan way. You get that with fries and a drink. Again, lots of fries there. And it would cost, I think it was 45 dirhams, so something like €4.50, maybe €4. Yeah, the most expensive place I was eating, and it was just a few times that I went there because it was expensive for me. Because the cost of living is not the same in Morocco, but so is the salaries. They are way lower there, obviously. It was a pasta place, Italian place. And I think the one that I like to order was around €10. And that was expensive. That was basically 2 days of food for us. I would get €5 a day for meals once I was old enough and when my mother could not cook anymore for me and my brother because obviously she was busy. Because as we were growing older, she was getting more responsibilities at her job, so she couldn't do that anymore. So we would have to handle our own food. And because she refused us in the kitchen, we were never taught how to cook. So we couldn't do that for ourselves, so we had to eat out. And to tell you, sometimes I would get a whole afternoon off because I wasn't in any clubs or anything. So I would go home and try to cook for myself. And all we had was nuggets, frozen nuggets. I would put that in the microwave. They were not microwavable nuggets. But that was my meal. Nuggets and ketchup in the microwave, not the ketchup. But yeah, microwaved nuggets. I would just be happy for it to be hot. And that was all I could cook back then, if you can call that cooking. What kind of talismans could they be? Boss? Doesn't ring any bell. But if Yoshimi was talking about them with his dying breath, they must have been pretty important. Fun fact, all food is microwavable, you just have to lower the intensity and raise the time. I think it would be 3 minutes in the microwave. But I was not cooking it to be good. I was cooking it to be hot. Because I wasn't about to eat frozen nuggets, right? But yeah, that was pretty bad. And that's when I couldn't have noodles. I mean, I never cooked noodles at that time. I think my mother at this point was like, yeah, no, that's trash for your body. Eat frozen nuggets instead. Did they found a talisman on Michio where her body was found? I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died. Alright. Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I'd like to talk to her about the talisman. I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi. I'm no good, huh? I was friends with Yoshimi, though. You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a cop. But I thought that would be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect. To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us. Well then. Do you think she talked to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before? Oh, they have. She told us about that. I mean, more of that, most people don't realize that a microwave can be used instead of an oven, but the cooking process is different when it's used like this, yeah. I think I tried those mug cakes once or twice. My standard for food was very low back then. And I grew up with homemade food, you know? So homemade cakes. And my father, is still the king of chocolate cake, right? But sometimes I wanted just a slice and we didn't make cakes very often. So I would try to do a mug cake. It was always so bad. But I was still content, you know? To me, it was kind of good. And one day, my mother saw what I was doing and she was like, let me try this actually. Because you're doing stuff I don't know about. I would give it to her and I was so proud. And she was like, ugh, daughter of mine. Now I'm way better. Because I actually have an oven and I don't own a microwave. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her. Alright, then we better find her fast. You haven't been able to reach her? That's a little worrying. Daughter of mine is such a phrase. It does give the tone, you know? Mayu Chozawa. We'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her. Okay. I'd be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Oh, right. One more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instruction in the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters. What? So it was a Nakagoshi case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that? Could you check on that? I will, but... well, I don't know if they'll pick up when I call. Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau? Well, yes, Nakagoshi's the chief. But he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure if he exists or if he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him myself. All of Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases. Jeez, what's up with that? That amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery. What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge? Did you know anything about her? What's your relation? I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her at first. Ah, I see. We gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair we share as well. Tell her, Ario. Alright. Keep in mind that this is just a theory, though. Okay. After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide, but a vehicular collision. Wait, what? An accident? Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide. What? A van? Speeding? Yako, what's wrong? Are you okay? And she screams. I can't scream. Did she see it? What is going on with her POV? A van. There's a young man in the driver's seat. In the passenger seat, a woman? Yako. Yes. Wait, was I... Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat. Yeah, I'm okay, I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there. It's no problem, as long as you're okay. That was quite a surprise, though. What happened? Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he? Well, he didn't give me any specifics, if you're wondering about that. So I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind either. Right. Do you have any idea why Junouchi was so scared of Michio? Well, about that, I am not sure exactly how to put this, but... They share info? I see. Well, I half expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me. Sorry, it's hard to explain. I wonder what he got his hand on to be able to blackmail her like that. Michio, what happened? This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? That this random girl you know is already involved with the case. Junouchi was almost definitely killed by a curse. But I wonder about the exact cause of death. If the curse's origin and the cause of death are connected, it could give us another lead. Any stickers? What's that rope all about? It indicates where Junouchi's body was found. They've moved his body, but this way we still have an idea of how it was found. Yikes, that's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are all... Ugh. Hold it, Ario. You're scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid. Hey, I'm pretty sure she only asked because we were staring at her. You were staring at it so intently. Alright, that's enough. Mio, what do you think? I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right, traces of a curse still linger here. I figured as much. Does that mean Junouchi was killed by one of the curses of the 7 mysteries? Yes, a strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace. Wow, Mio, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing? I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess. No, I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat? Stop it, Mr. Tsuzumi. She's going to get the wrong idea. Whoa, that's amazing. Mia, you're a professional. You think? Totally, you're cool even in the face of death. That's awesome. Uh, when you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is. Hey, boss, forensics is calling. I'll go see what they have to say. Sure, thanks. Boss, they found this on the ground a short distance away from the scene. What is that? A ribbon? Yeah, the kind you use to tie up your hair. What? I've seen that ribbon before. That's that's the girl that committed suicide. You have? Go on then. That's the ribbon that Michio always used to wear. What? Doesn't that mean that Michio was here? Are you sure? Definitely, I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. Then, did she come back to life somehow? But how? What the fuck? If I was Michio and I came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She got her revenge on Janochi, but she may have more revenge to dish out. Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against? Her fucking abusive previous dad? Well, what about the guy who killed her in the collision? If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Being obsessed with revenge is such a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you. Don't worry, you were a big help. Thank you. We should start our search for Nejima and Mayu Chozawa. It might be worth it to check Michio's house as well, just in case. Let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here. Got it. Thank you. And good luck. We'll go talk to Mr. Araishi about a way to lift this curse. Alright, boss. Let's get going whenever you're ready. I want to leave. Perfect! Ah, perfect. I'm sorry, but I'm hungry and I'm tired. And I'm still not over the fact that I was muted for minutes at a time. Still not over. Oh, it stays on my mind. Like, why? And I keep checking my mic level all the time, except that one time, for fuck's sake. You're a girly pop, go relax. You're goo girly pop. I'm the goo girly pop. I like goo better, that's funnier. My brain is definitely goo. The voice that I give the detective, the low one, I swear it started to make me feel ill. Somehow, it resonated in my stomach. It felt so weird at the end. I have some... Because I was wondering, is it better for me to do the voices or to use voice mod? Because I have it, and I never got to use it. So I've been wondering, you know? Probably you're not used to have reverberations in your stomach, so it translates it as something's wrong down there. Tonal resonance can force your body to react in different ways. Yeah, it's not used to it, so it's like there's a problem. We should not be feeling that. And that's so neat. It is neat as a concept. It's not neat to live it. The cello is the only instrument that can force a human to cry. I've cried. Force. It can force it. I would love to try that. Where is my skincare? They better not lose it. It's being prepared, but it's been how long? My impatient ass. The 27th, it's been 3 days. Come on. How long can you prepare a few items? I'm impatient. It costs me way too much. It's the first time that I buy so many skincare products. And I spent a whole bunch hours researching if so and which items went along with each other. My voice is actually in that range, and when I intone a specific note, I can force myself to tear up. I had that classmate. At the time, I didn't know what was wrong with him because he had a really raspy but like dry raspy voice all the time. We knew each other from elementary school. So ever since then, he had that issue. I mean, I don't know if it's an issue or if it's just his voice. But very raspy and dry voice, almost as if you could tell it could hurt. But it was his normal voice. He always spoke like that. Each time I heard him speak, for no reason, it would make me tear up. I wasn't like moved to tears, like, oh my god, it must be so hurtful. It just hearing his voice made me tear up. That's it. Don't know what was up. Was it me? Was it I mean it had to be me, right? Hopefully they work. Having a good skincare routine before bed feels so fulfilling. To tell you what I bought, it was on sale on Yes Style because I was like, if I'm going to have a proper um skincare routine, might as well be Korean or Japanese, right? Because they have the best. What was it? Not the exact product, but the type of product. Okay, so this one is just for hair. The Shiseido Fino hair mask, the very popular one, because I've dyed my hair a few times now. I'm back to my usual white color, right? But I need a mask because it's very long and I don't know how to take care of long hair. I'm used to having short hair. Niacinamide serum because that's good for the skin. Barrier intensive cream, hydrating cream. Exfoliant tonic, that's good too. And low pH gel cleanser for the morning. So cleanser, tonic, hydrating cream, niacinamide serum is what I have. Yep, the cello is the only instrument with that resonance. Most voices can't project their resonance strong enough to make others tear up, but it is possible. Cellos, though, because of the body, can project it just further because it's huge. Like the I don't know what it's called. The hole that's inside an string instrument. Is it because it has a lot of space so it resonates better? The F hole, I think. Maybe. Is it really called the F hole? Is it called the fuck hole? The cello's fuck hole? They need to change it. That's nasty. Not the fuck hole. Eh. What else could it be? F hole? What else could it be? It's not note hole. So what is the F for? Frequency hole? That's even dirtier. Let me intensify my frequency inside your hole. What freak decided this? The fun hole. See? Frequency, fun hole. Nasty bitch. Fortissimo? Yeah, right. Next time you're gonna play the cello and you're gonna see that hole, you'll be like, oh, that's the fuck hole. You'll never be able to play cello again. It will never be the same. And if you need to clean that part, you'll be like, oh, I'm cleaning the fuck hole. The Nile is a river in Egypt. Your cello is gay. Oh no, that's been a joke about it since probably 1,000 years before we were born. Honestly, probably. Please, I want this to be a commonly known joke in the cello community. Well, apparently, good news, it is. They probably were like, oh, this is the fuck hole for sure, but we can't call it that, so we're gonna call it the F hole. Guys, what word do we know that starts with an F? Fortissimo, perfect. We'll go with that. Nasty little freaks. Good news also for the new hair for July's anniversary. Well, they're all in the shape of the Fortissimo symbol. Ooh, what is this? Ah, FF. Fucking freak. That's what it stands for. I know it. I know it. Fucking frick is what it is. I know. I know what they are. All right, it's the forte hole. I forgot fortissimo was a double F. Oh, forte hole? Yeah, they're going hard, aren't they? Fingering those strings, huh? There has to be. So, you know how there's a trend? Not a trend exactly, not in the way that we see it right now, but in the erotica books or novels, there's like a little trend that's been there for ages where some people write nasty pieces of erotica with like the weirdest the weirdest premises. Like fucking a minotaur is one that I remember. There has to be one where you fuck an instrument. There has to be one. If you want it to be, the act of playing an instrument is very erotic. Forte means to be louder. Trust me, I'm French, I know. You don't need to know the Latin roots when you are native in Latin based languages. For most stuff like this, we don't need to even know what it is. We just know the words so we can concur, I think is the right word for this. Fort or forte in French means strong or strong female version. So, even in Italian, we can clearly see the root between fort, strong in French, and fortissimo in Italian, probably in Spanish too. And if it's an instrument, that means it's related to sound. That means strong sounds. So loud. I mean, I don't know if Sparkly knows this musical stuff. I think fortissimo is pretty well known, even outside of the music field. What was I saying before? I was start. Yeah, no, I think I might have finished that thought then. Wow, I'm stuck in my own mind palace. I can't leave. I'm back in the fucking building again, and the building is my mind. Get me out. Oh, have you seen the leaks for P6? Persona 6, guys. There have been leaks. First of all, it is real. Second of all, we know what the MCL looks like. Have you seen that? I didn't even know there were leaks. I think I've seen they came out like yesterday night for me. The heat is getting to my streamer, unfortunately. But at the end of stream, I will do a very good chilled mocha and probably eat some of my wafer biscuits. Because I bought two boxes, one chocolate covered and the others very basic wafer biscuits, wafer snacks. And they're so good together. Unfortunately, chocolate covered in this heat means it's kind of covered, not really covered anymore, but your fingers will be because the chocolate has melted days ago and it's still melting to this right now. Your wafers with vanilla, cream, Nutella, and peanut butter sound so fucking good. There it is, the American adding stuff to things that don't need to be added stuff. You just want to eat more. I'm saying that, brother, salmon cannot eat anything the regular way. He needs to add stuff. So trust me, I have America at home in that department. I'm just happy to have wafers. Guilty? We're all guilty. I'm just throwing shades at nothing, really. It's just funny, but we've all done it. Also, I tried to get some. Um, it's not really vanilla ice cream that he's done. It's more like um, shit, sugary milk. There's a milk that's like creamy milk, sweet milk that you can add to stuff, and you need to add that to ice cream for it to correctly become ice cream. He's added a bunch, so it's more like milk ice cream, but sweet milk ice cream taste, flavor. Pretty nice, very light. Condensed milk, thank you. I was about to say concentrated, but that would be more French than anything. But yeah, he added a bunch, so it's really sweet. It's kind of tasty, but it's not necessarily vanilla, but it's a good base. And I tried to eat that in between two cookies. It doesn't give ice cream sandwich, unfortunately. It's not bad at all, but I'm craving sandwich ice cream, or ice cream sandwich rather. They don't sell it here. I don't know what's up. It's so good though. When you say wafers, which exactly do you mean? Because what we call plain wafer sounds boring. Ah, okay. Wait. Do you know about. Because I just typed wafer in Google Picture, right? And it gave me from the brand Locker, Loa, Locker, or Locker, I don't know. Quadratini is the name of the product. It looks like this, but elongated. So it has layers. You have wafer, chocolate, wafer. Stuff. That's what I'm talking about. And long, rectangular. But a Nilla wafer on its own is pretty good. Nilla vanilla wafer. As long as it's layered with chocolate, it's exactly what I'm talking about. And I like them on their own. But I will tell you, if I was left, if one day I crack, I could eat a whole pack of these. Not vanilla wafer. Oh, Nilla. Okay, let me see what that is. Oh, yeah, that's biscuit. That's just biscuit. These are good. Ooh, they look like what we call sable, which means sandy, as in sand. It's more of like the texture. It's very crumbly, but not a bunch. Sable, yeah. Imagine if something was made of good sand, not the one that is extremely crunchy, but it kind of feels like very, very fine sand that then melts in your mouth. And yeah, you wrote it exactly like this, perfectly. It's a type of biscuit that I really like. And again, when I say biscuit in French, cookies or the broad type of cookies, even though it's not exactly chocolate chip cookies, we call them biscuits. So biscuit, snacks. Anyway, sablés. I don't know. Does that exist? Do you have an equivalent? Shortbreads. Never tasted shortbreads. I hope it's the same. Nilla wafers are like good tasty scents, so it's the same. Well, one of my mom's friends, like they go way back. One afternoon, because she's known for making the best orange flower um taste sablés. No, you're fine. Americans are actually the weird ones for calling them cookies. To us, cookies is just very specific. It's one thing. The rest, as abroad, biscuits. But yeah, so orange flowers from the actual tree, right? They have a taste. You can eat those, by the way. She did. She apparently made the best sablés with that taste. And one day, she made me privileged because of this, a whole bowl, but like the bowl that you make salads from. So the huge part, a bunch of them. You would have to kill me to not eat them like a fucking lunatic. They were so good, so good, and they are not like dry. They were so nice. You get that plus orange juice or chocolate milk. Best best snack time ever. You guys don't have the concept of goûter in French. Every day at 4 p.m. is usually the time for children to get their little snack time. And we call this a goûter. It's like very cultural. If you're French, no matter your age, you get a goûter at 4 p.m. sharp. It's the time for the snackies. It's the best goûter ever. Now I'm really fucking hungry. I will ask my mom to ask her for the recipe. Maybe we could do that on stream one day. You'd need orange aroma, taste, orange blossom, orange blossom extract. We have a bunch. It's so good. You wouldn't think so. No, we have a snack time. It's normally around 3:30 to 4, but it's normally just for smaller children. Ah. Yeah, well here the typical, our typical breakfast is like croissant and a coffee, if not a coffee and cigarettes. Well, goûter is pain au chocolat and coffee or chocolate milk for the adults. Ah, I said the thing. I said the thing. Thank you. I wish I had a croissant right now. Summon sparkly again. You said the thing indeed. I think I'm never gonna get rid of the croissant part. There will always be a croissant time. But yeah, those sablés, they stay in my mind. Now that I remember, I love the meme too much, yeah. It's normally 3:30 to 4 because kids get off from school at around 3 p.m. Yeah, us too. But we don't just go home and eat. We do our stuff. Usually we go play, and that's 1 hour of play, which is an eternity for children. So they are well spent, tired, and it's time to eat. It's time for snackies. It's so good. Good days when you have your mom and dad with the smell of coffee that you can't drink yet because you're a child, but you get your sugary treats. Ah, it's the best time, especially during the summer. It's so sad that when you start drinking coffee, the smell doesn't mean anything to you anymore. You don't smell it because you're drinking it. Well, I've had a coffee for as long as I could remember. Bad on your parents. Shame on your parents. My parents, they would, oh, we called it the duck. What is the duck, Tiggy? Well, imagine a sugar cube. You dip it in coffee so that it's well absorbed, and then you eat the sugar cube. That was the only way for kids to eat any stuff of coffee. And we call it a duck because it goes into the coffee like a duck goes into a lake. They didn't let me have it all the time, so it's not that bad. That sounds so good. Right now, I think I could not do that anymore because that's too much sugar to me. I'm starting to resent sugar. Like, I can't eat. First of all, I can't get a milk chocolate without coffee in it because it's too sugary. I get like 1 teaspoon of sugar at most. And most candies, I can't take them. I can't do candies anymore. But yeah, I used to do that a lot, and I was not allowed a bunch, but I would sneak in one when my mother would go to the toilet and she had her coffee left unsupervised. Tiggy would come in and sneak a duck in and get her little sugar cube full of coffee. I was a bad child. I would sneak in and take some coffee from her mother. How dare she? She's a criminal. Arrest her. Ah, those were the days. But one day I'll show you what a Moroccan goûter is. Yeah, I like lighter sweets now. That's why I like peanut M&Ms more. Even M&Ms are way too sweet to me. I like madeleines. Ah, if you guys never had any madeleines in your life, because I know there are American versions. Like you have your own recipes, right? But the soft and kind of moist, but in a good way. Madeleines are so good. And the French way is to dip it in coffee or dip it in hot chocolate. That's the French way. They like to dip their cookies or biscuits in drinks. It's horrendous to me because it gets bits of that stuff in the drink. So it's disgusting to me. I cannot get I can't do cereals. I know you guys as in broad, not Americans. I know you guys put the milk and the corn and the cornflakes and the cereals um like a lot of milk that you have to drink afterwards, and I'm like, but there's bits in it. I could not. I The only way I can eat cereals is with yogurt, or yeah, yogurt. Like plain yogurt, to me that's so good. Normal M&Ms, yes, but the peanut ones have the more savory peanut inside, having less chocolate. I see. I like milk with Oreos, but that's it. Well, you should try Madeleines if you want something light. I love Madeleines. Back when I was in my first years in France, when I was on a very tight budget, I was on a 20 euros per week. What's that in USD? $23 per week. to do groceries by myself, right? I would always make room for a good pack of Madeleines. Now I want to DoorDash a big thing of Oreos and a half gallon of milk and just make Oreo cereals. Ah, I'm a bad influence. But yeah, Madeleines, they're so good. You have some with chocolate in there. You have some that are lemon flavored. Those are good too. It's too bad they don't make orange blossom ones. Those would be so nice. But they're made for children, and orange blossoms are kind of more of an adult flavor. Why does every snack have to be for children? I swear. It's either the size, like you don't have enough for a normal adult, or it's the flavors. They have Oreo cereals specifically, actually. Not sure if they taste just like cookies. Good question. I don't know. I like plain cereals with like chocolate bits. Like imagine a tablet of chocolate. Just put some in there, like little bit. You shave the tablet and it's in the cereal. It doesn't. That's why I just say buying the cookies. They don't have Oreo cereals. They do. It's called Oreo O's by the brand Post, apparently. You even have golden ones. They do, but they don't taste the same. I think. My bad. My bad. I mean, Oreos are not hard to make, like the cookie part. I think it's just dark chocolate and sweetened. I think you could make your own if you have the time, which is the problem. Usually we don't have the time. I'ma tell you, you could make croissant at home. I have a good recipe and it does some good results, but is it worth 6 hours of your time? No. Get to a boulangerie, get to a bakery that has croissant. I promise you. I saved a TikTok on how to make homemade Oreos. My favorite Oreo is the golden one. I'm really sorry. Underrated Oreo. Boulangerie, B-O-U, B-O-U, and an E at the end, and then you're good. Bakery, bakery with pastries. I was 2 letters off. Not bad. Not bad. But yeah, boulangerie, bakery. That usually carries pastries too, pastries. It's not just for bread. It might be the same for you. I don't know. I felt like I needed to precise. But it's like the one French thing is the bakery. I'm so glad that they started to make bakeries into snacks in a way. Like they have tables, you can just chill there. It's not just a place where you buy your bread and go home. There is a good one that's pretty big. It's a bit far on foot because I don't have a car. So every place I measure on foot. It's like 10 or 15 minutes and it's really nice. Like when you come in, you smell the pastries, the fresh breads, and the coffee they make, and you can just sit there and enjoy a breakfast. You know, I'm not sure if American bakeries, like mom and pop bakeries, have pastries or not. I think you would be sued in France if you opened a bakery and you didn't make croissant and chocolate and pain au chocolat. I think it's required by law. It's a joke, of course, but I don't think I've ever came across one bakery that only had bread. It's like not a thing here. It is in Morocco though. But yeah, pain au chocolat, eclairs. eclairs too, which is not my favorite type of pastry at all. But I mean, I don't think croissants are considered pastries. Here they are, even though I see the point why they would not be considered. But to us, there's like a clear divide between breads and croissants. I think it's the amount of butter and it's sweet. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but there's no salty version. But are the basis for many a pastry? I don't know. I'm not much into culinary world. Let's search on Google. It is a pastry. Croissants are considered a pastry. The more we know. To me, it's obvious, but you never know. Some place might call it a pastry, some others another thing. But yeah. And croissant, cut in the middle, like horizontally, along the edge, with bechamel cream and um some some ham, and then you either press it like panini style or you put it in the oven. So good. You don't even have to do it, but just for the croissant to be warm, if you didn't just buy it, so good. I just realized because they use puff pastry layered over and over. Yes. Bechamel creme is a cheese creme. Nope. It's butter, flour, and milk. And some, um, what is it called? What is it called, that spice? Nutmeg. It's usually nutmeg and some pepper, right? It's the basis for Alfredo. Never had Alfredo in my life. But if you just need to add some. Oh, my personal recipe for mac and cheese, as someone that doesn't know mac and cheese and just goes off the name, you do it with a bechamel base. And then you add what kind of cheese? Because I like to use two type of cheese. One that gives the color and some sort of um smoky flavor, and another one for more of that cheese flavor. What is the orange cheese? It's not mimolette. Cheddar. Yes, cheddar. We don't use it much, so. But yeah, shredded cheddar and some Edam cheese, because I like it. You mix that into bechamel and you have what I do for mac and cheese. It's very tasty. No idea how much it compares to actual mac and cheese. Never tasted it, couldn't tell you. Edam cheese, take off the E. I don't think it's French. Like the last E, you take it off. Netherlands. It's from the Netherlands. Imagine a Babybel, not in the taste, but in the presentation with that red wax, but make it super big. That's Edam cheese. It doesn't taste the same at all. It's not the same cheese, but just so you have a visual, it's so good. It's basically the cheese that I would buy every week because I would put it everywhere. But yeah, that's what I put in my mac and cheese, which doesn't tell you much. I just know the result tastes good. And you can add some ham cubes because I'm fancy. So if you used fake parmesans instead of Edam, you'd have a cheddar Alfredo for your mac and cheese. Oh, interesting. Parmesan doesn't really have a taste though. It just tastes not sour, the other one. Bitter. Alfredo is basically just bechamel with cheese.
I see. Very easy to make then. Good. Bechamel is so good. It's so underrated. It just solidifies very quickly when it gets colder and colder. You really need to eat it very rapidly if you use the right um, consistency for a bechamel, which is a little thick, pretty thick. If you add a lot of milk, I'm pretty sure you're good, but it takes away the richness of the cream. So actually, it might still be considered an Alfredo without, even without the Parmesan. Maybe it's just cheese. You just need cheese. So am I making Alfredo mac and cheese? What's an actual mac and cheese sauce? Authentic mac and cheese recipe. This one has good reviews. Does it need to be in the oven? Melt the butter in a medium saucepan. Blend in the flour, salt, and pepper. Cook for 2 minutes. Slowly add the milk, so it is actually a bechamel. Stirring constantly and cook over medium-low heat. Remove from heat and stir 1 cup of shredded cheese. So it is. I was doing the right thing. Usually just milk, cheese, and some butter. And your preferred seasoning. The best mac is made in the oven. Do you add some breadcrumbs at the top so it's crunchy? No, you don't need to cook it in the oven. That's just fancy. Ah. Iron Lung is available right now on YouTube for rent or purchase for the small price of $4.99 for rent and $9.99 for purchase. Do this. Watch the movie. It is great. I liked it. It supports Markiplier and it will also support other creators who wants to go into film on YouTube. Thumbs up, Tiggy approved. I went to the cinema to watch this one, and I really liked it. It's worth a watch. And with that, I think I'm gonna get a little goûter with my little mocha and some wafer snackies. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Again, sorry for the moment where I forgot to unmute. My bad. Wasn't paying attention. I know it's not that big of a deal for you guys. Still, I feel bad on principle. Hopefully tomorrow's temperature are gonna be lower because even today I struggled a little bit. At some point I felt pretty bad. So I hope it goes back to normal. Bad on principle, hehe. Make fun of me. I hope you enjoyed it regardless. And I hope to see you tomorrow for more of this game. Don't forget to go to the shower. Lucas, looking at you, you stinky ass. I hope you went there when I was streaming. Butt principle? Yeah, butt principle. The butt principle is to wipe correctly and wash your ass in the shower. Get your hands in there. No shower? Stinky. Thank you for another wonderful stream. Thank you for watching. I'm stuck to my chair because you don't wipe your ass. You don't follow the butt principle. My god. I have a bidet. I have a clean ass. Good. Bidets are cool. Need to wait until the stores open again so I can get some glue solvent. I don't think it's the glue, brother. I don't think it's the glue. Or we have a very different definition of what a glue is and very different ingredients. Mines are less organic, more chemicals. But anyway, take a shower, drink water in this heat. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.